Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Blue Otter Draft League Otter Talk. Tonight, we are down with our featured match in Ruby. For our two top teams, the Spuds versus the Kittens. Both teams came out the gate swinging in the early season. Tonight should be a very, very interesting matchup, seeing how both teams pit up against each other. A lot of favorites going around on both ends, and seeing which playstyle tends to come out ahead. Tonight on Otter Talk, I have with me AFK Boulder, Enderfridge, and Ren. Say hi.
Hello.
Hello. Oh.
Hello.
And of course, as always, we have Chippy on production. So first things first, let's move into our predictions for Sapphire. These I'm not expecting to see anything too crazy. I think things are mostly going to be relative once we can get that shown. Yeah, most matchups pretty much decided at this point. One matchup a little bit closer than the others. But, you know, Ren, Typhoons, Believer over Honeycombs. Any particular reason?
I'm just a Todd hater.
I mean, I'm also a Typhoons believer, but I think being down 2 bans and having 2 subs makes a little bit of a difference. I think they probably still get a game, but it's the only reason I changed.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know tonight, not emergency, but less notice subs and some interesting choices. I mean, 2 subs and 2 bans off Typhoons, which is going to make life significantly harder, especially in the Honeycombs that have some unique picks on their side. So I'm not expecting too much. Now, I will say, everyone is expecting the Skeletons to win. They have been proven fraudulent in the past. There's a very real chance that Snakes take a game off of them or win the series. If so, Skeleton stocks in the dumpster. Snake stocks not actually that high because it proves the Skeletons were frauds all along. So
I think I have them winning 2-1, and it's kind of a copium. I want them to win, so it guarantees our stream next week. Because if they lose to Snakes, I don't think we get streamed next week.
yeah, Snakes are going to be interesting. I am a little... Look, all I'm saying, if Skeletons lose to Snakes, Skeletons are not... They will never be beating the fraud allegations. Ever. And
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure I have them take it over as bottom team. But we'll see. You know, I know everyone's expecting it. Snakes, this is your week to prove yourselves. If the Snakes don't win this week, I don't know what to say. I think it's kind of just doomed. I think at that point you just pack it up. You say, you know what, you got a good run. Let's for fun this. Try and chill. Which is unfortunate because the team on paper isn't that bad.
I think it's doable. I think Rescued's really good, and if Rescued can control Glare, I think like his quality of gameplay also improves from the last like 3 weeks.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think having the Snakes with Rescued now is like a massive advantage that they really just didn't have before. And I think that's going to end up helping a lot. Now, the one thing I will say, for big upsets that I could see Dragons taking a win. I could see a legitimate world, assuming all goes well, assuming, you know, the Dragons rehabilitation plan is put into full effect. I could see the Dragons taking a game on Wizards, maybe the series, but I don't know if they've had that much practice. But hey, last week, you know, apparently things have been going a lot better, so we'll see if the side click rehabilitation plan ends up performing as expected.
I love SideClick and I love 21. It's a tough one for me to talk about.
Yeah, well, here's hoping for all my believers. For those that aren't believers, you know, we'll see. We'll see. Maybe I will be proven wrong. I hope so. I think it'll make things more interesting. But now we're gonna move on to Ruby, where things are a little bit more up our guest alleys. It's nothing too crazy here. See, one that's a bit out of place. Hold on, let me see if we can get that fixed. Now, see,
Wait a minute.
you might think I'm talking about Kittens being in the bottom row. However, I don't think that's out of place. I think that's a technical. I'm talking about AFK Boulder thinking that the Shrooms are going to win over the Eagles. Now that is an interesting take to say the least.
I think those are wrong.
I do too.
I have Eagles winning 2-0, and I also have Kittens winning 2-1.
I have Shrooms
Hey, wait a
winning.
minute. I am noticing
We also,
something with my
yeah,
phone.
wait a sec. Okay, sorry. There's a little bit of seems to be a bit of a name miscommunication here. Yeah, Ren
I think
everyone
Boulder
should
has
be moved.
mine.
Yeah, everyone should be moved on over. So a bit of technical difficulties tonight. Fun times. We're gonna get that fixed, and then I'm gonna see if we can move these over really quickly. We're gonna give that a second, then it's hopefully gonna fix everything, and everything will be beautiful, and nothing bad happens ever. There we go. Oh, okay, we swapped around the dips. Okay. Hold on. Going back. Okay. We're getting it fixed. We're getting it fixed. Sorry. We were trying to adjust two things at once. Important thing to note: the person who has the crazy predictions is Ren. Ren, why do you have Shrooms winning? It does not make sense to me. It does not compute.
Well, I used my super high IQ. I looked at the master sheet. I see one team that has one team that has Nighteon, Psycho Ghost, and Epic Ramen, and that's just a fraudulent team. And then on the other team, they don't have that. That's why I
Yes,
think
but
they're winning.
see, even on the fraudulent team, they've won games. The Shrooms have somehow went 0-3.
Listen, they gotta get a win sometime, and I think it's this week.
Think this week. All right. Well, let's see. Let's see. The Eagles have been proving a lot of the haters wrong. I think I finally have a season where I'm praying that Psycho Ghost is not going fast 8th. Do not know if I will be proven correct. Psycho, you still scare me sometimes. Every time I watch your games, I'm terrified.
Just gotta have little faith.
No, I have amazing faith. The prayer circle is unbroken and also currently surrounded by a assault circle to keep all the demons out. And we're gonna pray that works.
Nice.
Also, Spuds. I know Kittens are a favorite, but Spuds are definitely not far behind, I think, for a lot of people. Is there any particular reason why you have them over the Spuds at this point?
I mean, besides Boat Chicken and Top, they're like best in slot in every role, in my opinion. Except, maybe KMZ's like not really, but KMZ's good enough.
I'm gonna keep
Are
it
you
real.
putting-
Ren's
are
the
you putting
smartest
the
one in
hate-
this call.
Are you putting the hate on Goat Chicken? Greatest top laner in all of Ruby?
Like I said, he's good enough. He gets the job done. I'm not hating
Whoa,
on
whoa,
nothing.
whoa! Why are we putting in Ruby as a stipulation?
No, you're right. Best top laner in all of Draft League?
It's like saying, why is Serena Williams just the greatest female tennis player of all time? Like, come on. It's Goat Chicken. He clears everyone.
Well, I don't
Except
watch
for Ruby,
tennis.
don't matter.
I've noticed that whenever I bet against KMZ, he plays better because ego, and so every time I predict that the Spuds lose, they win. So it's actually a big brain move.
All right, so you're getting your friends some wins here, some guaranteed.
I don't know if I'd say we're friends. I think he talks a lot of crap to me in banter. I had to give him $10 the week they played Imperials, which kind of sucked, but my wallet's
What bet
recovering.
did you make? Did you bet on him losing?
Yeah, he asked if I'd put $10 down on the Imperials bot lane beating the Spuds bot lane. I was like, alright, sure. And that did not happen.
Nice.
Aw.
Now, something I do want to get into that I think is going to be fun to talk about. Trades. We've had a lot of trades this week. Enderfridge and Ren both on teams with trades. How are you feeling, Ren? How does it feel to be back in Ruby, realizing that your eternal Ruby rival is now taking your spot because you couldn't hack it?
Hey, good luck, dog. I couldn't do it. I'm sorry.
I joke a little bit, but are you happy to be back down in Ruby? I know you're a lot more comfortable playing against a lot of these players. You have a lot more knowledge and a lot more time playing against a lot of people here.
I mean, yeah, I don't have to play fucking Master at least twice a fucking season. That's positive.
So, Ren, can we go ahead and say that you believe Master is better than Enders? Lock it
I
in.
was about to
Yes.
say, there's no
Okay.
way.
All right, let's
yeah.
get that going
I
in the
believe
banter
that.
chat.
There's no
Master
way.
We gotta start some.
Is better than at Enders.
Also, we kind of skipped past the Raiders Ronin matchup. I was going to say, Neversaw told me she stopped at the hardware store and stocked up on hammers for today's matchup. But it's okay.
Good to know. Also, I'm now getting a little bit more technical. Enderfridge, you have Falcons over Imperials. Now, see,
Yeah,
we joke
sure.
about shrooms, but really?
Yeah,
I mean,
okay,
I know you had a trade, but you have a lot of faith in yourselves.
I know how this looks. I know I'm going to get flamed for this one. But you know what? I'm not going to go into a game expecting to lose.
You guys
Are we
both have
down
subs,
two
don't you?
bands? Yes. Are we missing 2 players? Yeah. Are we at the bottom of the league? Yeah. But you know what? We've got 2 new trades coming in. We've got the second best jungler I've ever played with for a sub. We've got pretty good ADC player. And you know what? We got me. So you know what? I think we're going to start the sweep tonight, and we're going to go take it straight to the finals.
Well, given the Lizzo to jungle trade, you do have a very clear win condition, which is just pick and invade junglers and tilt their jungler off the face of the earth. So, you know, there's your professional scouting tip for tonight.
Got that written down already.
I knew you would. Apart from the subs that you have, how are you feeling about the new team in general? Assuming all players are here, you know, you get some practice in. Are you happy with the trades and how they went? Happy with who you have now?
I will say I'm bummed to lose the TTM bias. I'm a little bummed to lose that, and I guess I'm not familiar with these players that much. I don't interact with people a ton, so I don't really know many of these players aside from reputation, but at the very least, I'm intrigued to see what I can do with OT Blitz. I've heard some very interesting things about him and his picks, and I guess the team seems alright. I'll have to give it some time to settle in.
I want
It's
to know
not-
what TTM bias you're talking about because astronauts weren't looking so hot. Okay.
Yeah, I know. Well, they probably got to win this week. I got faith in them. They'll swing it back. With the trades coming in, I think they can swing this back.
How are you guys looking at the trades against your opponents? Imperials, obviously, you know, we have thoughts, we got some role swaps, but the bigger one is Spartans have lost Lizzo and now have Jesus. Are you guys putting them higher now or lower?
I put Spartans lower on the list. I also think that you paired the 2 best tops in the league together with Lizzo and Vey, and now Imperials look stacked.
He doesn't know it yet, but that was a mistake to admit. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, you're never gonna hear the end of that. Once you glaze Lizzo, it's never
Dory, never let
Crispy-
Boulder back.
Krispy Kreme head chef.
Whoa!
Krispy Kreme head chef right here, head glazer.
I need Lizzo to play well tonight so the Imperials win. So I gotta stroke the ego just a little bit. All right, like.
Yeah, nah.
You
think-
you would never catch me feeding that ego right there. That is a surefire way for destruction.
I think picking up Lizzo was a mistake.
Ooh.
I don't like the ego players.
Elaborate.
That's
Elaborate. Oh, no, nothing.
what? Sorry, what'd you say?
We said elaborate.
I mean, there's really not that much to it. I have heard again, don't know the players well, but the one defining thing I have heard time and time again about Lizzo is that he is a decent player, but he has an ego. And, you know, I'm a support man. I'm used to the egos, and I don't see them working out well. So I think he has one bad game, he tilts, and that just all starts going downhill from there.
No, it's the other way around. He has a bad game, his team tilts.
But why is this team tilting? Is Lizzo doing anything to cause that?
Yeah,
Surely
he's
not.
dying. He's dying. If there was one thing I learned last split is that at least 5 to 10 minutes, Lizzo Mukbang is solo killed once. Every single game, no matter what champion, what he's playing against, or who he's playing against. I'm just saying. Every single game it happened.
Would you think it would be better if we just put him on Ornn duty every time, or do you think he'd still try and take the fights?
Honestly, put him on fucking Yumi duty.
I mean,
All right,
yeah,
Lizzo, you heard it. You heard it here. Officially recommended for tonight. Yumi top lane, or sorry, Yumi jungle.
As of
Oh, yeah,
before,
we'd love to
Yumi's
see it.
broken. You can make it work.
Look, all I'm saying, if you go Nashers, it gives her ratios. All right, it is theoretically possible. Is it recommended? No. Would it be funny to watch? Yes. Will you get banned from the league? Absolutely. So, you know, do with that information what you will.
yeah, no, if you're gonna try and contain the ego, you really can't. You gotta put him on something that can carry. Because if you put him on the Ornn, he's gonna run in and try and 1v5. At least give him something that can.
I'm interested to see if they swap based on pools, and if we'll end up seeing like Lizzo flexing top, or if Lizzo has had enough of top for one season.
It will be interesting to see.
It'll
I don't
definitely
have
be
a
interesting.
real reason for this. I think he's gonna stay jungle. I don't have a real reason to think that. I just think he is.
Good to know. Do we have any other hot takes before signing off tonight, other than, you know, the insane Shrooms win over Eagles, which I still think is taking the Shrooms a little bit too far.
You just don't have the faith. You don't have the vision.
I don't have the vision.
Not all of us have the vision.
Not all of us have the vision. What happens if I don't have the vision? What if you're wrong? Are you willing to put your money where your mouth is? On stream tonight, are you willing to put down another bet? $5 on the Shrooms, a gentleman's wager.
Shit, not like that.
All right, we
gotta
got faith,
commit.
but not that much faith. Not that much faith.
Yeah, I bet
it's-
$10.
All right.
I bet $10 that the Raiders win tonight. How about that? Boulder, you want to take that bet?
So what? I make $10 if I throw the match. Is that what you're saying?
Mhm.
Isn't that match fixing?
From the commissioner of the league?
That's against the summoner's code, guys.
That is against the summoner's code.
I feel like we can't make this bet, sadly.
Cap's
Oh,
gonna
we,
get a
we
pop
can. We'll just lock it in as soon as we hang up this call.
Like I
Cap's
can
gonna
bet
have
on
to-
myself.
He's gonna have to be
and
typing
think
I
that's
understand
okay.
the bully.
I
Bully's
don't
gonna
think
send
I
him a
can
quick
bet.
screenshot.
That's what all the pro players got banned for in those like tier 2 leagues.
I remember hearing
That's-
about that.
they
That
would
was
bet
That's
against
like the Vietnamese in the entire Vietnamese league.
Yeah. they
it
would
also
bet
happened
against
to a bunch
themselves,
of like
make a
the
bunch of money.
it also happened to a bunch of the Chinese academy teams too. It's like a massive scandal. I remember that. That was pretty crazy. However, before we get too off topic, we are going to sign off for tonight and let our players go because it is 5 minutes to game time. So from all of us who have joined us, thank you so much for AFK Boulder, Enderfridge, and Ren for coming onto the show tonight. Thank you, as always, for producing from Chippy. And wish all of our players good luck. I think there's going to be some really interesting matches tonight. And don't go anywhere, because in 5-10 minutes, whenever our players decide that they're ready, we are going to have the 2 top teams of Ruby Spuds versus Kittens facing off on stream. Thank you all for watching, and we'll see you in a bit.
恋しくて橋に願う Hello, everybody. Welcome. Good evening. It is time for tonight's broadcast of the Blue Otter Draft League. This time in the Ruby division, once again, we have the Kittens up against the Spuds, our top two teams. The Spuds currently undefeated. I believe no, they dropped one game. Both teams currently equal in game score and series score. So we're going to see which team is going to show up big on the day. I am, of course, Becky Rita, and joining me eventually will be, of course, When It Rains. So we are hot dropped right into the draft here. Our players are ready to get into the action. We have some very interesting bands to observe here as I get things set up on my end. I may or may not have been messing around before we went live, but that's okay. So we have...
I fixed all my technical difficulties as well. So hello,
Excellent.
everybody.
Hello. So
all right,
we've got...
the Smolder B1. What am I coming back
Smolder.
to?
B1 Smudler. They know something I don't.
All my Kittens predictors. It's
where the shambling begins.
Shambling. You know what though? I do know that we have a couple players. So the Smolder Flex. I don't know if we're back. If we're back in what, a year ago, spring of last year, the carry mid meta, the Tristana Smolder Dittos every single game, but quite possibly, it could be a mid lane pick. We could see the ever elusive, taunty top lane Smolder, definitely an option.
No. Yeah, Smolder top lane. It went great last week, right? When Wraith played it, like in that game, went really well. I think it did nothing. So I don't believe this is gonna be a Smudler top, but it is possible. So I wouldn't count it out entirely. The Kitten's gonna be going for a blind Ahri here. They've banned away two of Rutledge's best champions. Rutledge, the Spuds mid laner, their superstar player. The reason they are here today, currently undefeated, is because largely Rutledge is very good at the game relative to opponents. And I guess Ziggs is what you're looking for. Velk? Oh,
I don't know if this is going mid.
that is true. This could definitely be
Giggle
Velk's
plays these
support.
Giggle plays these poke mages, and mages and enchanters, mostly what you want to play under ROM. Usually you don't want to double down on a hard engage.
Mm-hmm.
You just won't get anything done, and especially against a Smolder. The best way to do it if you want to apply pressure is to pick a mage, apply pressure that way, or to pick an enchanter and try and out-duel them. But usually that's not as good because you don't have ways to close the distance, and Braum Smolder is never going to actually interact with you if you pick an enchanter. You're gonna pop your shields on like a Misfortune on Twitch, and you're gonna be like, go in, and then Braum and Smolder are like, okay, we fly away, bye.
Bye. Goodbye.
Gonna just wait it out, just not interacting for the next 20 minutes of the game.
Yeah, I do think that the Vel'Koz, if it is going to be going support here, and apparently... Giggle is the one playing Braum. For the
I just realized that, yes.
I guess KMZ could play Vel'Koz, but it's not really his
No,
MO.
yeah, I was looking at the wrong logos. I mean, look, this is the Spuds approach. Certainly.
Yeah, run at you with Nautilus, with Vi, try and kill one player in particular. Currently going to be Smudler, the man who is going to be killed.
However,
Pantheon is going to get hovered here.
Yeah, I don't know if this plan works as well when the enemy support is very happy to just lock Braum on second round and be like, okay, I know exactly what you're trying. You see Misfortune Vi, you're like, okay, we lock Braum. We know what you're trying to do. You're not sneaky. Although anyone who I think has watched a single Spuds game should know what they're trying to do going into draft, and quite honestly, I would not be shocked to see a B1 Braum against Spuds in the future. For any teams out there that want the secret tech, not a bad option. Spuds do not play the split pushy poke game plan very well. That's not their play style.
No, it's not their strategy. It's not their MO. It's not what KMZ and the boys are out here to do. Mordekaiser will be hovered here, likely going to be locked in there for Boat Chicken in the top lane, into what I assume is, I guess, the Gragas. I feel like Pantheon and Gragas are equally both top and jungle coded, so I'm not entirely...
Nowadays, Pantheon I think has shifted much more into the jungle. Gragas has shifted a lot more in top lane. Also, like, if you're blinding, you're not blinding Pantheon top, right? Like, I don't think there's any world where you're blinding Pantheon top, especially with Pantheon being quite good and proactive, and being one of those matchups that slightly Pantheon favored, but like pretty even into Vi. It's like it's like, okay, you go Vi, I go Pantheon, we're both going to be ganking a lot, we're both going to be trying, get out on the map, have the strong dive ultimates. And I don't know if I'd ever want to send Pantheon into Mordekaiser. I feel like that's not going to be a fun time unless you're like a Pantheon one trick that knows all the crazy trading patterns.
Yeah, and I do not suspect that Taunty is that guy. But I do think that the Kittens have put together a really beefy composition to kind of back up the Smudler. The Ahri's a bit weird, looking at the rest of the comp, how it shook out. I understand why it's here. It was a blind pick. It's a relatively safe blind, and I don't really think Vel'Koz is the most threatening into it, all things considered. I think Rutledge will do very well because Rutledge is a good player, but I don't think that's Vel'Koz necessarily. I don't know. I like the angle that they have here. I like the ability of the Smudler, but unfortunately, I feel like Smolder and Pantheon are kind of two different champions in terms of their goals and objectives. So I'm iffy as to how that's gonna work together, but I guess if your team is just winning up until 30 minutes, then when Pantheon becomes a stun bot, Smolder's online. I suppose that's the thought process.
Yeah, and it's like you have Ahri as a flanker, very good by the way, but still like a more of a disruption tool, I feel like, for those long range backlines than a super hard carry. But knowing Kittens, knowing that they have Ikumi going into Rutledge, I think they're gonna like accept that and be like, okay, we're probably not gonna go crazy into this like hard carry laning. Probably gonna be much more of a disruption tool like Pantheon. Brahm's there to really help that Smolder. So by the time you have this really strong mid jungle duo falling off, being much more disruption tools, Smolder's already big stacked, really running people down, and your only realistic way to get him is to get a really nice Vi ult without being disrupted so that your backlane can follow up on it. Because the second that Vi ult ends and that Nautilus Riptide isn't able to keep the Smolder down, if that Smolder's not dead, the fight's over. Right? Kittens just win. It's way too easy for them to deal with you at that point. You have no more tools to get to him. You don't have the range. You're not going to be able to engage, right? Vi and Nautilus, once they use everything, they're kind of just sitting ducks. And into Braum, I really think they're going to struggle to deal with this. Gragas especially, right? Really good at being able to stop engages. And you can either have Mordekaiser come answer, try and stop that disruption with the ultimate, or split push. But either way, Gragas, I think, is both more useful in the team fight than Mordekaiser, but also has a lot of ways to stop Mordekaiser on that split push. So I really don't know about this last pick. I think the Mordekaiser was a little bit of a bait.
Yeah, it's a bait for you because Goat Chicken is piloting it, and my man would never let me down. Big win for the Spuds, predicting the Spuds, never doubt them. Even though I do think the Kittens have a very dangerous composition, and it's once they get into the late stages, Smolder is going to be very difficult to pin down, and we'll have to see if they're going to be able to do that. Fortunately, they do have some unique tools, but it is going to come down to, I think, if they can manage to get that Death Realm, and if it's even going to make a difference. With that said, I think we can go ahead into the spectator delay. When we come back, we'll be in on the Rift for Game 1 of our series here between the Kittens and Spuds in the Blue Otter Draft League Ruby Division. It's going to be a bloodbath after the break.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Rift for Game 1 of our series, the Kittens versus the Spuds, down in the Ruby Division. Two top teams facing off. Some very interesting drafts.
Wait.
I like it from both.
I forgot Boat Chicken wasn't here today. Oh no.
Oh, you
no.
forgot about the sub.
I forgot about the sub.
Oh yeah, no, this is
It's so
this is Jake, but a different Jake, and no, we're not talking about that Jake. We're talking about the different Jake from the different Jake. A lot of Jakes in this
It's
league.
not the mall. It's not the mall.
It's not the mall, and it's not actual Jake. It is a different. It is a third alternative Jake that we have yet to see.
Yes, and this alternative Jake is going to be getting a ward down. Will be seen there.
No, this is main Jake. The alternative Jake is the one again.
Okay.
Lots of Jakes in this league. See, we got
Jake
MWP.
Yep. Jake MWP in the top side.
And we have actual Jake in the jungle.
Just Jake.
And then we'll show them all not here tonight. Also the other Jake, but yeah.
Yeah. We'll show them all here in spirit, I'm sure, because KMZ is playing. And the two are soul bonded, or something like that. In any case, junglers starting on opposite sides of the map here. The Vi gonna be looking to probably aggress pretty early. I think could aggress pretty early on onto the Ahri, if Kumi gives an opportunity for that. Already taken some nasty poke from Rutledge here. the cues. Gotta know your angles. Do geometry real quick, buddy. Best of luck to you. Meanwhile, Pantheon is gonna be kind of clearing on opposite sides. Could also look mid. Vel'Koz, okay, we have a pause already. Never mind, pause was fake. Vel'Koz is definitely a champion that is not very mobile. I think Vel'Koz famous for being an immobile champion, like the map is currently immobile. Look at the friend there. Look at the nice the green green jungle.
The
pet.
Moss Stomper.
The Moss. Is that what its name is?
Yeah.
Honestly,
Are you a jungle player?
I am a jungle player. I just call them Bulbasaur, Charmander, and Squirtle.
Hey, we
what
can't
they
say that
look
on stream.
like.
We can't say that on stream. Pokemon Company will have our heads.
Man, when they respect me as a consumer, I'll respect their rights as a company.
Well, are you not hyped for ZA? That they look fun. Champions?
Yeah.
We have champions now. We're getting Stadium again.
They're really pushing the limits of the Nintendo Wii. I think we're gonna look real great pretty soon. 2008's looking up. In any
God, no, I don't blame you. Every time I see the textures, I'm like, oh boy, Unity stock assets.
Oh boy, yep, it's. I don't know about that. I think Unity stock assets look better. Sorry, I'm a hater.
You misunderstand. I'm talking about the Unity stock assets you get from like 2012. You know, when everyone's like trying to make. You know, when everyone was like trying to make their own 3D games, but no one knew how to do it. So you just had like the really terrible meshes and a solo kill in the mid lane that we unfortunately did not get to see. Kumi, low, still has flash, probably just not respecting Rutledge's damage at all, forgetting that yes, Vel'Koz's passive does a lot of true damage. Yeah, I'm guessing one of the big things, we just got caught there by the stun. Vel'Koz's knock-up, stun, whatever, is incredibly brutal if it catches you. And if you layer your abilities right, you can get 2 procs off of it, and that is disgusting this early on. I believe you can get 2 procs if you fire everything into the stun. It's pretty bad. So not too surprising to just kind of see that under that lack of respect there, as Florigato is looking a little worse for wear down here, but still up in CS. TP's traded in the mid lane, Rutledge and Kumi both doing that, but now Rutledge a massive lead and already just total control here. The difference in level is obvious between, like, no offense to the Kumi, a regular old draft theme in the lower division, but the fact that Rutledge would not be allowed into the lower division on mid lane, aside from a lane swap happening, is, you know, a bit gross. But, you know, we'll talk about that towards the end of the split. You can come to the feedback channel and yell at us, I guess, just like last season. Yeah, I mean, look, the biggest thing here with Rutledge being up is not only getting the Faded Ashes helps a lot with both poke and with wave clear, and we see another solo kill. Beanloaf there for moral support, but Rutledge didn't even need it. Again, no flashes used. Kumi, I don't know, saving that for Rome? I don't really know what we're saving it for.
We saw the knock up there. I think, again, it's just kind of... in that case, you have to flash to dodge the knockup.
Yeah, no, definitely.
If you're going to be flashing at all. So, I don't know, maybe Kumi just is not respecting the AoE. It is kind of a deceptive hitbox if you aren't necessarily thinking about it. Alright, but what if Giggle's proc took that? What if the Braum passive proc took that? Consider. I don't know if that's possible, actually.
I don't think it is.
I think the auto would go first.
Oh, Kumi.
Speaking of autos,
Kumi
okay,
just...
Kumi.
Oh, the Q! Oh, with the moves! The movement. Kumi picking up a kill for himself. Beautiful play there. Beanloaf just going a little bit too far. Thought that Rutledge had a bit more damage, but Kumi, with some really nice dodges, knows how to manipulate that tower aggro, takes the kill. Save slash
Yeah.
as well. That's gonna be super helpful, especially with how this early lane went. That is a massive, massive kill for Kumi to get.
Yeah, that is very brutal. Beanloaf there. Going for the flash knockup with the punch, but there just wasn't enough follow-up damage. I think Rutledge just didn't have cooldowns available to really follow up fast enough, and also is low on mana. It could have been a mana issue, could have been a cooldown issue. In either case, just wasn't able to follow up with enough damage, and Kumi was able to get that charm out, landing it into Beanloaf, and after that it was just kind of a matter of time as the turret destroyed the poor old Vi, and sort of just Beanloaf giving over a little bit of a freebie into the pocket of Kumi, but Rutledge is looking for a roam.
Lambo over the wall, Giggle caught up, and an ult under tower. They're gonna try and take out Lambo while this all happens. Giggle and Lambo already down.
Special
Jake goes
delivery.
in with the ult. Special delivery, the package has arrived, and a double kill picked up for Jake, managing to take out Florgato and Beanloaf on the escape. So a 2 for 2, not the worst thing in the world. Lambo gets 1 assist, Giggle gets both of them, and Jake picks up a nice 2 kills. That's going to be super, super helpful for getting this jungle pressure. And while it did net Rutledge another kill, you know, their main carry, that's going to be a big deal. KMZ actually picked up the other one. So Florgato came out of that with 0 kills and only 1 assist.
Yeah, I feel like Misfortune has just been like a sad champion. Every time we've seen her this split, it's just every time we see her, just tragedy strikes over and over, and we don't actually get to see her do anything. But that's neither here nor there. The roam looked good at the start. I think Rutledge had a really good angle. I think kind of splitting the focus there was smart because they had them both dead to rights in different ways. But it was just they ended up taking a bit too much damage on the way back out. And Jake was able to kind of clean that one up once again. Just stuck under towers for too long and made it really easy as VFD Lambo's gonna be okay. The burn is gonna go. Mom's not picking up the phone though, so.
Yeah, I think if Giggle like stood on the edge and tanked 1 or 2 more of those, like another auto Q from Lambo takes that kill, right? So
Possible.
maybe just worried about the tower, worried about the Misfortune ult, but they might have been able to take that. Although I say with, you know, cleanse and flash up, Kumi, the ultimate being used, the burn ticking down.
Burn to the
Not
ground.
gonna be enough. There's no
The
fully entries.
refillable potion.
Not quite yet. The refillable potion attack keeps him alive.
Always
and now
bring your
Rutledge
potions.
pushed up.
Rutledge could be in
Does
danger.
have flash.
Does have flash. Okay, we'll be fine.
Knows when to back off, creates enough distance. Nice play to back out there. Forcing the back out of Kumi, forcing the TP as well, really big. To make sure that Kumi is not going to be able to get any crazy TP flanks or roams, especially with this dragon coming up in a minute 30. Kind of going to be a big deal, although I don't know if Kumi would have been able to get out of lane in the first place. Now that Rutledge especially has that, the Blackfire torch, I'm thinking Leandri's, but it's not Leandri's. It's kind of a big deal. You lose a lot now, right? You just lose so much pushing power against this Vel'Koz that it's really, really hard to actually get these roams off before Vel'Koz is already halfway down there.
Yeah, it's very easy for the Vel'Koz to either keep Ari pinned in lane where she loses, or extremely punish her for trying to roam. Because he can either shove in, get some pot shots into the tower, and pick up more plates, or can just be on the move right afterwards. And honestly, right now, is just kind of threatening the roam. Beanloaf gonna be looking for dredge line.
Oh,
That hitbox is wide. They're still gonna go though.
now the Riptide, Giggle and Lambo did not realize that they were getting ganked, and an engage there, but Jake is already here with the Grand Starfall, and an engage goes terribly wrong for the Spuds. Florgato tries to open up with the Bowling Storm, but it's not enough. 2 quick kills over to the Kittens. Jake and Lambo picking him up. Not great from the Spuds. Thought they had that opening there. And I think they did right. Lambo and Giggle not realizing that Beanloaf was there, so they try and, you know, put pressure on KMZ after missing the dredge line. But Beanloaf was able to get that ult. Unfortunately, Jake was in position for a Grand Starfall, and they're able to pick both of those up. Giggle able to kite back super well. And a solo bolo on the top side, I just realized, Jake going down to Tawny under his own tower.
Yep. Jake gonna be taken down. I believe, I don't know if the Death Realm came back up. I doubt it really would have made a difference. It could have just been long range Taunty getting a big bomba on to the poor old Mordekaiser up there. But in any case, yeah, that gank bot side, it, like you said, it looked good to start. Beanloaf was able to lock down, but there was a little bit of whiff there. KMZ wasn't able to get the full CC lockdown because the dredge line missed. And that sort of forced Beanloaf and KMZ to blow a bit more than maybe they would have wanted to. KMZ ended up having to blow Flash. Beanloaf ended up having to blow ulti, and as a result, they just burned so much, and now they were going to see a fight.
Nah, Kumi is already so low, and the second Rutledge lands that Q, forcing Kumi to pretty much 1 HP. Anything from the Spuds is going to take him out. They realize that Kumi's just going to back off here, and they don't want to engage that any further, especially seeing Beanloaf come out of that. But this is going to mean Rutledge goes up to 4 plates and gets so much damage down on that tower, and especially with those 3 grubs, you know, no team getting the full 6, not getting any Void Mites, but still, all that pushing power from Rutledge is really, really important. And I'm trying to remember who actually got Feats of Warfare first.
You think they'd put it on, like, the Spectator client, right?
This is Riot Games we're talking about.
Maybe. Oh, sorry, my bad.
Yeah,
we still don't. We still don't have the right.
Company
we still don't have the right icons for Chemtech and.
No, yeah, no. They have been in the game for what, 4 or 5 years now.
Yeah. Okay, we've got big damage.
Huge engage currently. Florigato being able to kite back though in a nice bullet storm. VFD Lambo is scared of none of it. Can take 2 shower shots though. And this is the season 2025 tower, baby. 2 of those are going to be very, very strong. Lambo's gonna go down, but was able to pick up the kill, and now he finished Hubris as well. Gonna be able to start stacking that up. That is a big deal, being able to get a lot of that damage down. Kumi nailing the charm. Rutledge is gonna beam him down there.
Just flash, dude! You have flash!
Has Kumi flashed once this game? I have not seen it used yet.
Saving it for next game, I think.
Is this our version of Double Lift Flash? Is this Kumi Flash?
I don't know, man. Like, I want to believe that he knows something I don't. Taunty is just gonna be big bombing of that guy. Get bompered, I suppose.
I mean, look, if you're subbing for a team and you're saying pick me Mordekaiser into Gragas, I feel like you should know how to play that matchup.
Yeah.
Like either just ditto the tanks or like learn your matchup, because that is.
It's egregious.
He just stood there and died. There were no summoners on either side. He just stood there and died. No Death Realm either.
Yeah, he just opted into dying. Well, it's up, but we're not gonna see it this game, I don't think. So we're just not clicking the buttons this game. We're being maybe a little bit too reserved, I suppose. I can understand why Kumi is trying to be a little reserved with the Flash, because it is such a big playmaking tool, but you already have Pantheon, who's definitely accelerated. You've got Gragas, who's accelerated. Like, you can, I think, afford to just hope you can use Spirit Rush into the Charm rather than, you know, use your Flash. You have Spirit Rush as an extra mobility tool, so when you need to Flash, you just click the button. I don't know.
Another gank. Jake has been relentless down here, forcing the cleanse out of Florigato, using that Grand Starfall. Really nice. Also, VFD Lambo, now at 125, has the Hubris already. We are 15 minutes in. Ideally, if you weren't getting bullied, if you weren't, you know, going for these aggressive plays, maybe has a little bit more, but still really good. Really, really strong already, and is going to be able to pick up a lot more. Going to see Beanloaf go for that invade, thanks to all the ganking, and I think Beanloaf, you know, despite getting behind early, he's been doing a pretty good job of trying to come back, being able to invade, try and get these ganks off, and sort of punish Jake every time he ganks by taking something away. Also, feats were picked up for Spuds, I would like to note, so they did have the Feat of Warfare, and then that tower from Rutledge is going to be able to pick them up for boots.
Okay. Yeah, so that'll be a nice little bonus in the pockets of the side of the Spuds, especially for Rutledge here. I need to check to make sure. Am I lagging?
Nope, that is going to be for both of us. A knockup comes out. It's going to be Giggle with big Glacial Fissure, KMZ popping low, VFD Lambo picking up the first kill. They're going to try chasing forward, but I'm not going to be able to see a lot of it. KMZ using Flash, trying to get out and dredge line the wall. And, I think that's all I'm going to be able to see for right now, as the stream not looking great for us right now, hoping we can get this fixed.
Let me see if it's on. Let me open up the Blue Otter League. Okay,
Oh,
okay.
There we go.
Okay,
we're back. We're back.
okay.
Back to your regularly scheduled program. KMZ didn't die there. Did
Very
use
good.
Flash. And the engage happening. Giggle already going low. Jake trying to be in. BFD Lambo looking to pump out some damage, but a huge bullet storm and a laser gonna be able to shred through the Kittens. 3 currently down. Kumi trying desperately to find something, and a bit of a late TP from Tawny might put him in a bad spot. Hopefully gonna be able to use that Cosmic Thread and Phase Rush to get out of there. Will be forced out by all of this poke. And that's what we were talking about. That mixed bullet time, mixed Lifeform Disintegration Ray, really going to be able to put work in once those movement abilities have been used. And Rutledge does not know that he's on a ward. Huge shutdown going over to Kumi. Now it's a Dactyl over the wall. The Spirit Rush goes out. The burn ticking, but it's not going to be enough.
Refillable potion, my beloved!
Looking for the flank. They don't know Kumi's here. He's going for another charm. A lot of damage going down. Tawny trying to find something. A ward comes out. They've spotted out Kumi, who's now in a really bad spot. KMZ gonna be searching for that kill. Giggle coming around.
You missed, buddy.
This might finally
Jake's
picked
here.
up though, and Jake, just a matter of time before Florgato's picked up. One more Q will do it. A quick tap spear. Now Beanloaf over the wall, flashing for it. Kumi getting executed. Giggle trying to chase down Beanloaf. Another
what
Q.
are you doing?
But over the wall with the Vault Breaker. Gonna be able to sneak away with that dragon and the tower in the top side, thanks to Jake split pushing and Tawny's TP there. But still, I think that's coming up, Kittens. All things considered, getting that shutdown onto Kumi was massive. Being able to get those kills on the return when Jake pops in, massive. Those are going to be big returns that they wouldn't otherwise be able to get. Also, in other news, why the hell is KMZ going Heartsteel?
I didn't read patch notes. Don't worry about it. In any case, yeah, it's certainly a bit bizarre. You know, maybe this could be a different item. I don't know what else would be built. Anyways, there's no going back for Jake MWP right up there, as Taunty goes at him like a dark horse. And yeah, it really is that fight. While the Spuds did end up taking the neutral objective victory across the map, and that certainly is nothing to shake a stick at, it definitely feels a bit of a hollow victory because of how much the Kittens were able to get back in return. Taunty and Kumi gotta commend the absolute cojones in that one. Literally 1 HP, just like, okay, I've got something. I've got tools. I've got Spirit Rush. I'm a gamer.
And he didn't even need Flash.
Didn't even need, and still is holding Flash for next game. So, absolutely stunning proposal right here. VFD Lambo, you might be dead, brother.
Lambo, yeah, in a bit of a situation. Shield interrupted, not going to be able to block out that Bullet Storm. And it will be 2 going down. Jake in the 1v2 trying to pick it up, but unfortunately, there's just a little bit too much damage. Florgato already at the 2 items spike. And yeah, I don't really know about that one. Going forward a bit too far, Lambo getting ulted. Giggle not going to be able to back it up. Nice Glacial Fissure and an exhaust, but Florgato was just able to wait it out.
Yeah, I mean, good for Beanloaf to see that opportunity to just, you know, go in with the Vault Breaker into just obliterating VFD Lambo. Vi on her lonesome with the Divine Thunderer is going to be good enough to kill this guy, and especially with the bullet time following that up, you have to be wary of the fact that if you're pushing into a turret, you're probably going to get bullet timed. So seems a bit odd that they really committed so much into that turret. I think they could have thrown the Herald in, and, you know, once the bullet time happens, and, you know, if they backed off, you could go and finish it off. But if they were kind of posturing aggressively, I think you just accept that you might not get it on that push, because the trade back there is you end up dying. Granted, that is sort of based off the knowledge we had that Beanloaf was there. So I think that was more of just like a good punish from Beanloaf being around there and setting up for Florgato, who, while looking a little rough in the earlier stages, is looking very nice for themselves right now with the Bloodthirster and the Essence Reaver. Sitting on a BF sword right now that will be built up into another very powerful item. We do have the Atacon down here on the bot side. Taunty is thinking about going at Rutledge like a dark horse. I keep saying this for the one person who knows the reference.
One person, but Jake's down here too. Managing to dodge the dredge line. The tower's still up, so they have to be careful. Giggle now getting on the flank. Jake is going for it. KMZ forced to flash out, but a beautiful cast to pull him back into 3. Rutledge gonna try desperately to use that life form disintegration rate.
Giggle!
A nice knock up from Giggle, and the passive being stacked. Now Lambo in the back being flanked by Jake, but he is all alone. Gonna use the ultimate.
I don't think you win, buddy.
Unfortunately, it's a little bit too strong for him. That Q coming out, Rutledge not gonna be able to pump out any more damage. And 5 strong down here, they might be able to go for this. There's no life disintegration rate, but there is a bullet time. There is an engage. There's a cease and desist from the buy, so that could happen. You can see Rutledge just checking it to make sure. But yeah, it's a little bit too early, I think, to risk that. Especially noting, this is one of the few things that we see boots, right? Usually you're not supposed to go this on your second item. You're supposed to sort of wait on your upgrade. You know, sometimes supports gets it, sometimes they don't. And I'll talk about that in a bit. No, Beanlow's out.
No, Beanlow's fine.
The one exception is mages who don't usually get a lot of pen. Getting access to those upgraded boots, which grants both percentage and flat pen, is really, really strong. Especially on Vel'Koz, who usually just goes flat AP and burn items.
Yep.
Being able to unlock that extremely cheap, extremely efficient pen is a really good thing for the champion. Wants to go early, and at a premium of just 700 gold.
Beanloaf is dead zone.
Not respecting the pick there. Kumi going in, looking for a little bit more, but the life form incineration ray cut people off, and Beanloaf was able to use the Sundered Sky to get another one. Florigato picks up that kill. Now Rutledge has to be a little bit careful, but it will be Tawny finally picking up the kill. Giggle using that shield to back off. Jake going in, trying to get the engage on the Florigato, but the cleanse is there. And we're going a little bit too aggressively here as Florigato picks up another one. Lambo trying to kite it the rest of his team out, but
Wait, we have Elder? We
have
the Elder execute already?
I mean, he's been completely uncontested this entire time. It's 23 minutes. This is pretty on par for a Smolder when you're not really respecting the farm. So yeah, we are officially 225 on Smolder, who is really, really strong. Has, of course, Jack of all trades. Otherwise, we would not be seeing Weezil and Last Whisper at the same time. So, I mean, that's the build you go. It gets you a really early spike with those 10 stats. And now that we have everything, we have that Lord Dominic's finished. We're really, really strong. Like, this Smolder is going to be pumping out a lot of damage.
Yeah, I think the Smolder here is very much firmly online and a lot faster than I think anybody really expected. So it's going to now really come down to, can the Spuds keep this guy down? And unfortunately, I feel like Beanloaf has been sort of mispositioning a lot here. Positioning a little too aggressively or just getting caught out randomly. The cease and desist is a very important tool to stop the VFD Lambo sweep. And they aren't really utilizing it. Tonti's got a flank. They're going to be attempting to take this, but it's going to be a pinch.
Yeah, we're going to see if they're going to be able to get in on the Drake or not. No, the smite comes out. And it's Spuds on so kicking off. Nice life form disintegration rate, but some good disruption. Now a cease and desist onto Kumi. Coming out from Lambo. Nice bullet time to cut the team up. And unfortunately, Tawny's able to land a double cast. Lambo knocked up. Gonna stop it a little bit, but Rutledge already going so low. They're trying to get a bit more poke off, and Kumi's going so low, but flashing forward, not realizing all the damage coming through. Beanloaf picking up one. Now it's gonna be Florigato.
What are you doing?
Nice, though. They're able to get it. You got a monster going for 2. Jake not able to get the stun off in time, and Florigato picks up a triple, flashing into 3. Beautiful play there from the Spuds to be able to round out that fight. And Florigato, the madman, goes in, able to pick them up. 12-3 on this misfortune. They are just so strong now that they finally have this Infinity Edge, and they're just going to turn their eyes towards the Baron.
Yeah, Florigato with the absolute clinic being put on here. Popped the Protean, dove in deep, and clean sweeped the Kittens right there. Absolute fantastic turnaround. It really did look Kittens favored there. The Spuds were very sloppy kind of at the start. They were very much split. They had a couple people on the Drake and a couple people kind of sitting back. The life form disintegration ray getting canceled was massive because it shut down a lot of damage that the Spuds were really hoping to see. And it looked for a moment there like the Kittens had total control. The HP bars were so low. Kumi had a great angle, but they just didn't have lethal damage. Kumi just didn't deal enough damage on the backside. VFD Lambo was just not able to close the gap and get those auto attacks out.
I think
And-
the biggest thing there, though, was the stun. Jake went in for that W on Florigato, but the auto killed him with the crit
Yes.
before he landed it. I think if you land that
Yes.
stun, you definitely kill Florigato, but Florigato with the hero play, they were able to take that fight. And once Jake goes down, the entire fight's over. There's just no HP, there's no more guaranteed CC. You're just not going to be able to finish it off. Now we're starting up Otacon. Tawny sees this, knows what's happening, can't stop it.
Yeah, they could potentially, yeah, they do have the
You see the
TP,
TP?
but it's gonna be
So
so
low
slow. I
already.
feel like it's so risky. Okay,
Oh,
we're
Jake
just
goes in
gonna
though,
flip it. We're
unable to
gonna
land the
flip it.
stun. No, 50 HP, wasn't able to do it. It's gonna be being low, picking it up, and now they have the withdrawals. They have the resurrections, and it's gonna be WP slaying Jake, going down first. Now the rest of the fight going out. Kumi
Lambo.
trying to go for it.
Watch
Lambo hitting
Smolder.
so much damage. Florigato is still alive, still there. The charm not gonna land. Rutledge has been popping out damage this whole time, but it's Florigato, the hero of our story. Dude, oh my god, the BT is just healing so much. A triple kill already, and you can see they're trying to dodge Kumi out. They're trying to get it, and he will be finally finished off by the burn as Rutledge picks up the ace for his team, and it's a clean ace because of the withdrawals. All those kills meant nothing. 200 gold here, 200 gold there, but it's not going to matter. Now a 5,000 gold lead for the Spuds, who are firmly in control of this game. Florigato 15-3 on this misfortune, just carrying every fight that they're a part of.
Yeah, just absolutely going crazy this game. That was another fight that looked like it could have been, it could have gone the way of the Kittens, because VFD Lambo was able to get a pretty good angle with the mom, was able to pump out quite a bit of damage, and the front line of the Spuds were taken out, at least at the start. But I think one of the big problems with that play was the fact that, okay, we might kill Florigato, but we still have a withdraw here.
Yeah, both of our carries down here might be caught out, but Jake already got 20% HP before the fight even starts, and this is the power of having both these carries, right? The range that Vel'Koz can exert pressure from can keep Misfortune safe, because she does have a lot of range, but when she wants to get up close, when she wants to get all her damage, she has to move in an auto, and having Rutledge able to just provide that sort of cover fire for you is really important in being able to get all of your damage off and being able to really maximize the potential of this champion. What the hell is Jake doing?
That was ill-advised. Wait,
Yeah, Jake, don't know about that one. I'm kind of
Unless-
speechless on that.
Unless...
Is it gonna work? Is it gonna work? Is Lambo gonna get the kill? It will. Jake going in now, putting Giggle in the Death Realm. Jake has to be really careful though. Finally the stun coming out of Death Realm, but the pull back in, they're gonna try and be able to get this kill, but a nice, well-placed charm from Kumi allows Lambo to pick up that kill, and they will be able to get them.
It's working.
That was something to be said. Definitely can't count the Kittens out, but it's still an insane gold lead. It's actually increased after that play. Almost 9,000, about 8.5 now. However, the important thing, this Dragon up, this Hextech Soul on the map, but Kittens have full prio over it. They need to get back in time and have Spuds maybe buy a little bit of time. It's gonna be Lambo flashing in. Thinks he's Florigato.
That
You
is
are not
not where you wanna be,
Florigato.
buddy.
What are you doing? Flashing forward on level 17 Vel'Koz. Now the bullet time coming out, and it's just a matter of time. Jake taking down with the ignite, and Rutledge pumping out the damage. It's gonna be Florigato going legendary as he picks up that kill. A nice charm from Kumi, but that's just gonna cover the escape. Finally being forced to use the Spirit Rush. And we'll see if Jake
still have
actually
flash.
manages to back. Oh, the TP coming through. Oh, it
This
is
what we've been
so
saving
over
Flash this
Kumi.
whole game for. This is what we've
Oh.
been saving Flash this whole game for.
Do we just have our F key unbound? Like at this point, like
Not
I
real,
can't
dude.
make excuses for Kumi. Florigato.
What? Why are we dead? I guess, was that a knockback with
Ruby?
the cast?
Yeah, that was actually, it was a well-placed
Okay,
cast, but he
okay.
actually flashed. The flash got interrupted with a really well-placed E from Tawny.
Okay, good. Okay, it was good play. It was good play.
It was a good play. It was a good play.
All right, okay,
Florigato
okay.
never should have been up that far in the first place. Spuds
Okay.
picking up Soul, and as we know, Ruby, truly the only real division of gameplay.
This is where gameplay happens. This is where League of Legends is played. The way that Mark Merrill intended.
The way that Mark Trindamere Merrill intended.
Yes, this is the peak. Like pro play, that's not real. None of
No,
that is
it's
real.
fake. It's all boring anyway.
This is the real League of Legends experience. This is what you and me see every day. That's what makes this beautiful. It's an
This
art
is
form,
this is the
really.
reason I don't play League as much as I used to. Is games like these.
This is the reason I don't play.
If I have to see my Nautilus 0-4 going hardsteel, I genuinely think I'm crashing out. I think I'm getting chat restricted.
Look, I mean, KMZ it famously does not read patch notes or okay. KMZ is going to die to death.
Does KMZ read map states either? Apparently not.
No. So that is just a good pick right before Baron. We've got Smudler. Smudler is on 3 2/3 items.
So we have Soul.
We
Why
do
is
have
Beanlo
Voltron.
full clearing bot side?
That's a great question. We do have TP. Oh, this is actually a decent angle. Florigato could. Okay.
No.
All right. Now we've all returned.
Okay.
Everybody's set up.
Beanlo
But-
has. He's like, okay, I got level 16 guys. You know, we're
Oh,
all
but we
good
lack-
now. I just need a bit of farm.
We forgot Taunty
Charm.
was here. We lack object.
Charm on the
Burn.
Rutledge, Beanlove going in, Giggle trying to find a little bit more life form disintegration ray, finally gonna pick it up with the burn. Now Beanlove has to get out, but VFD Lambo gonna be able to pick up that kill now in the backside. A nice flank there. It's gonna be Jake picking up 1 kill on a KMZ, but it's not gonna be enough. Florigato able to survive that entire time. Now the charm coming out on Jake MWP. Tawny with a nice one there, but Rutledge was ready on the flank. And it's gonna be both Florigato and Rutledge picking up the kills. The carries of these teams have just been playing so well.
The Kittens are all
Florigato hits him
dead.
from the front, Rutledge hits him from the back, and a full ace there means the game's probably just over. 23 seconds on Jake, 12 seconds on Giggle, and unfortunately I don't think the Braum is going to be able to pick this one up, especially not looking at an 11-2 and 12 Vel'Koz and an 18-4 and 8 Misfortune barreling down mid lane.
Yeah, it's gonna be Braum alone here. 5 seconds on Jake, but even then,
That's the shields.
I don't think Pantheon is Mantheon enough. Unless
Oh, okay, he got the kill. He got it.
This isn't real. This isn't
He doesn't have the
real.
Glacial Fisher though. He gets the kill though. Jake gets the kill. The game's not over yet. They're kiting back. Giggle with the shield. KMZ going very low. They have successfully defended because Jake MWP did not realize that he was taking tower aggro for some reason.
Mama.
Just killed a man.
Oh, that man is dead. He's not coming back. I don't want to
Pulled
see
the
him again.
trigger, now he's dead.
Yeah, it's atrocious. Things aren't looking good, folks. We're setting up for Baron again.
It's Kittens
why
this
not?
time.
Rutledge and Jake MWP are still down. Florigato is not on the map. They do have the Hextech gates, but it's gonna be a little
Beanloaf
bit
gets
too
this.
slow.
If Beanloaf gets this, you have to find a
Beanloaf
caster
is
for the
gonna
rest of the
flip.
series.
If
I'm
Beanloaf
not gonna be
takes
able to
this,
do it.
I'm gonna flip. I'm gonna flip
No way.
myself.
They're going in.
Over.
Okay, stun
There's
over the
no
wall.
way. Okay, we did it, folks.
They were ready for it, but an amazing bullet time stops them from going any further, so they're just gonna be forced to kite back here. Florigato really nice to cut them off there, stop them from going over that wall. But you can see, Beanloaf charged that Q, got hit with a cask, an E, a Glacial Fisher, and a stun, and a charm, by the way. They really spared no expense in keeping Beanloaf out of that pit. Beanloaf actually got hit with the house, the kitchen sink, everything in the kitchen sink. I'm pretty sure half the bathroom,
Yes.
they ripped the toilet off the wall just to throw
that
the ceramic at him.
Yeah, that man got hit with the bidet, for sure. 100%. The bidet, it hit him and sprayed all over his face. Disgusting.
They got like the little aluminum trash can that you keep in the side of the bathroom. They eat
not
really
the trash
everything
can.
in there.
Yeah. I mean, it was what you had to do, and that
Oh,
was
the
not
whiffs,
good.
the cask. Oh, right when it mattered, whipping the cask onto Rutledge, it looked so good, but not
Oh,
able to
just
pick
so
it up.
low. Lambo just spitting little.
Yeah,
little
one
fire
Q.
nuggets.
1Q does a lot of damage now. This
Yeah, the little-
Smolder, really strong. Unfortunately, that cask landing was really their main engage tool. That's their main way of getting in. But Lambo, these Qs just hit so hard.
Yeah, they're really just hoping that Lambo decides to step up egregiously, and I mean, that's not unlikely. We are backing off a little bit. We do have minions pouring into the mid lane. The Spuds are going to have to back off here. They are fighting up a Baron up team, and Yeah.
No,
Okay.
they couldn't do it. Well, with Mom back up with all of this poke and the Baron buff, right? Like you just don't kill minions fast enough.
Yeah,
On
I
the
was
ward-
thinking that. I was
Yeah.
thinking that maybe the Kittens could have tried to aggress there, stop the recalls because they have Mom back up.
Yeah.
But instead, they're gonna be looking to try and get the double Elder on to Smudler.
And this is the big one, right? Like this
Yes.
the fight's over here. It should be, at least. The game should be over here. Crossing my fingers, because if a team can't end at an Elder fight at 36 minutes into the game
Yeah.
with Soul or a Smolder at almost 400 stacks, I don't know what team can. That's just a Spartans replay. That
Yeah,
is a
this-
Spartans not being able to end the game moment.
Yeah, someone call Lizzo. We need to make sure that we don't get a repeat of last week. Not in the game. Currently playing for the Imperials in jungle. Couldn't handle getting defeated by a boat chicken in topside. Had to run back to the jungle. As we do have the Elder getting started up. The Kitten's not in a super favorable position. Jake's
we're
gonna be
swatting
looking
here.
for a flank. Taunty's looking for something too. Mom goes wide.
The
That's
Elder's
not
already
good.
3K.
That's just Elder dead.
The Elder's already gone! And Kittens are going to be forced to kite back now. Jake already going low. Giggle getting hit with that Life Form Disintegration Ray. And they want to keep going forward. Flash forward to try and find something. Jake miraculously making out. But on the other side of the fight, Rutledge was able to pick up Giggle. Now a Grand Starfall from Drake. Going to be able to rush this exit. But this Elder is just so powerful. Any hit onto any of these people or die. Lambo is half. If a stray Misfortune Q, not even an X Q, just a stray Q hits VFD Lambo, he's dead. Not realizing that. Oh, has to be careful. The Make It Rain just doing so
Yeah.
much with the Elder burn. And now going to be forced to back off. Going to be forced to go back to the base to regen. These inhibitors trying to get them to respawn, trying to save face, but just so much damage able to put out. And the fact that the Hex Soul slows you just puts you in so much more danger. Now
Yeah.
Lambo has to be careful. And you can see Kimsey is fishing for something, a dredge line, a rip
Yeah.
pipe, anything onto Lambo to close out this game. And if
Yeah,
they're able to get it, it will be over. Lambo going up a little bit too far. Jake MWE has to be careful though.
Okay.
Our aggro once
Oh,
again.
no.
Half
Oh.
HP. One
So,
next
the
tower
inhib-
down.
The inhibs are back up. This isn't real.
Bot inhib's still down.
Wait, then why aren't they able to hit the Nexus? Is that a bug?
No, that's the inhibitor tower. We just can't see the health bar.
Well-
I don't know why we can't see the health
What?
bar on the tower, but it is.
Okay, it is still alive. All right.
It's alive. It just hasn't
Uh,
taken damage yet, I think, is the big reason. Tawny gets hooked, the dredge line. Q goes wide. Rutledge picks up the first kill. Now bullet time. Lambo trying to do so much, but a flash forward, Jake MWB gonna put him in the
Oh,
death
got
realm. VFD
two.
Lambo gonna pick up the kill, but unfortunately it's not
three.
gonna be enough. Picks up 2, but with
Got
Rutledge still
4.
left alive, it might be enough. We'll have to see Jake going forward. Needs to land this.
Jake,
Needs to get a
there's
big
no
spear
way!
here, and they'll be able
This
to do it.
isn't
He
real,
left the last one
dude!
alive. The Elder Dragon not gonna be able to finish it off, but they're going for it. Jake with the spear, and the healing off of the minions. Gonna be barely left alive after all of that fighting through the Elder, and Pantheon's unbreakable spirit truly living on in Jake here. They
He
might have
will
killed the
not
god,
yield.
but they could not kill the man. Jake's
will not
still alive
yield.
after everything.
Bro is not yielding. Oh my guacamole.
Nah, that's Cassante.
What? Oh, that's Cassante. Sorry, my bad. My bad. I don't know any.
No, you gotta
Pantheon
hit him with
ones.
the hard Pantheon quotes, you know? They do not fear me because I am a god. They fear me because I am a man.
Yes.
That was
true,
my
true.
terrible Pantheon impression, by the way. I cannot do that voice.
That I
I don't even think that was Greek. I think I missed a little Italian in there. That wasn't great. But, you know,
Look,
you get the
man,
point. We get the point.
I'm trying to like rack my brain here to think of like what intelligent thing I can say, and I'm not sure there is. Like
This
an
is Ruby.
intelligent
Why are
thing
you
say
trying to
here.
think of intelligent things to say?
Because we have Elder, and we just can't do anything. And I mean, part of that is Smudler is so dangerous that any stray hits are going to be lethal here. The Smudler
keep it
ulti
real.
as well is
I
just
think the play is just like you literally just suicide bleed. I think you just like fully charge a Volt Breaker, get as much. Don't even hit someone. Just get as much distance as humanly possible and ult Lambo, and just pray that Jake and MWB can keep everyone off Rutledge and Florigato as they
All right,
open
let's
up.
flip. It's a Burger King, folks. We're
Uh-oh.
flipping it.
We love it. We love the Burger King. Rutledge already going solo, but the cast saves him. Now the first kill being picked up. The Elder execute from Smolder doing so much here on the
Smolder's
backside, but Smolder finally falling. It means that the fight is all but over. Florigato flashing forward. It will be the Banshees to keep it alive, and that Q not going to be able to get it.
Kubi, yes!
We're alive!
We did it!
We did it! Unfortunately, I think it is way too little, way too late. We have the Nexus charge respawn. No way he gets this. No,
And we
no.
walk
Okay.
back
Florgato
in.
able to pick it up. What an ending to the game. A cask. So many good casks, but unfortunately the last one saving Rutledge. Florgato in the back pumping out damage the whole time, and Lambo gets picked up at the end. It's going to be Spuds picking up the first game of the series. This game could have gone any which way. Honestly, I don't know if we're going to 3 games. I literally think we're just going to flip enough coins, and through sheer probability, it will decide if we end up getting a game 3 or not. At least we know that we got one entertaining game, and I expect more to come, because what the hell was I watching?
If we go to 3 games, I don't think I'm making it to tomorrow. I think it's just over for me. Like, I don't know.
Your brain just shot?
I think that's it. Like, I'm gonna have to call in sick. I'm gonna have to be like Lizzo. I'm gonna have to call in sick after a big loss. Man, that was a battle of a combination of who is trying to win and who is trying to lose. And
See,
I think
that isn't a battle of like game attrition. That's a battle of mental attrition.
Yeah, I think at the very least, I think both teams were trying to win the game, but the 2 compositions were so mismatched to kind of counteract each other.
Yeah.
And the right people and the right sides had the gold necessary to cause problems. Like, obviously, the Kittens ended with a huge over 10k gold down, but all of the gold, like the gold that Giggle has, irrelevant. The gold that Ari has, irrelevant. The gold that Gragas and Pantheon have, okay, that's kind of relevant. But it was basically like all that mattered was Smolder having gold and having damage. And for the side of Mint, it was just, will the Kittens die or can we get Lambo? And that last fight, it really was just Taunty going in, went in a bit too far, and just didn't have the right follow-up. Lambo was caught off on the side and wasn't able to get away from the damage. Rutledge had a perfect angle to just pump out so much free damage. Florgato as well. The carries of Mint ended that last fight mostly... Oh, I guess Rutledge was annoyed, but... Because Taunty did the best on Gragas, but nobody's following you up. So, I don't know. It was rough. It was a tough one, for sure, for both sides. Mint had everything and the kitchen sink and the aluminum basket, but the Kittens held on for dear life, and we're gonna have to I guess we're gonna have to see if the Kittens have any more lives in them, or if they spent all of them in game 1 here.
Yeah, I don't know if either team has lives left. Like, after that one, my mental's just like, okay, I gotta go, like, get some food. I would be asking for, like, an extra long break. Like, I gotta, like, go meditate. I gotta, like, put the incense in to, like, mentally reset from whatever just happened in that game to go into next game. Because that is a pure, like, become one with nothing is the only way to explain that.
Yep. All right, we're gonna become one with the break when we go to a break. When we come back, we're gonna see if the Kittens can turn this one back on its head and land feet first, or if the Spuds will have the roasty toasty game 2 for us when we get back from our break.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back in Draft for Game 2. Some very interesting things that we saw last game, and a lot of interesting champions taken out of the pool. A lot of these high-priority champions that we see, the classic KMZ Nautilus, we see the Ahri gone. Braum being gone is a very important thing. Kittens not being able to pick up the win with Braum is going to be a big deal going into Spuds, right? They love playing, they go for it, they love playing, you know, the sack of potatoes beatdown. We've mentioned it a million times. Not having the Brums deal with that anymore and not being up a game puts you at a significant disadvantage that I think the Kittens are going to have a bit of a hard time coming back from. They're really going to have to see if they can adapt to this, see if they can sort of work out what their new game plan is. How do they approach this? How do they deal with this? Is Bo Chicken back? They haven't lost a ban.
Yeah, I guess I'm scrolling down to see. Yeah, the Truth Chicken is here.
Oh,
So
well,
Bo
with Go
Chicken
Chicken
has returned.
I'm gonna be honest, with Go Chicken back, like, don't get me wrong, I get it, you're a sub. With Go Chicken in the performance back,
Yeah, I
feel
can't
like-
believe I wanted Boat Chicken.
and
on my
Braum
team.
gone, I think Kittens are gonna have a very hard time. Already picking up the Ziggs, that is a flex pick. Florgato does play some majors bot lane, Ziggs definitely being one of those. Definitely much more of a Rutledge champion, but if they try to hard counter it, it can definitely go bot and they can sort of adapt to that, give Rutledge the really strong counter pick. So we'll have to see where that ends up going. And it looks like we're just gonna try and have Maokai in place of the Braum this game, either in the jungle or in support role, with it being left open.
Yeah, my man Maokai. Very, very good champion for both
Wise mystical
and
tree.
engage and counter engage. The mystical tree. We do have the Hui getting hovered here. That I will say that's another thing where it's like theoretically this is mid lane, but Giggle does play it, I think. So maybe this is a Hui support. I don't know if we're on that much crack. I feel like we're not smoking that much to be in this dire of a situation. Beanloaf going to be picking up the Sejuani. Beanloaf kind of going through the rotation of junglers, Vi into Sejuani, that they tend to really rely on, which is not bad. They're solid junglers that do what they need to do. This is going to be a Corki picked up. That will theoretically be going, I guess, I feel like I see Florigato more on the Corki than the Ziggs, but I don't know. We'll have to see.
I feel like it is because I feel like you wouldn't lock Corki into Hui, right? Surely.
I mean, maybe we just don't care. Maybe we just style on them. Speaking of style, Zeri has been locked in for VFD Lambo here.
That's a Lambo special right there if I've seen one.
It's certainly special. Something special for us tonight. Another big, strong carry that has potential in the late game, enabled by a good sort of supporting carry in the Hui and the Braum here. We're kind of seeing a very similar composition, just with different actors in the same role. Meanwhile, the Spuds are very, with the Corki and the Sejuani, they're setting up to be very aggressive here, as they tend to do. The Ziggs, I think, is sort of filling in that role that Vel'Koz did as sort of long-range poke. If that is going to be Ziggs in mid, I don't think they'd send Corki into Hui. That feels very miserable. But I think both teams are smartly targeting these enchanters. Spuds, it's KMZ's kind of, when Nautilus is off the table, it's either we go to Rel or we go to an enchanter. And I think that, targeting the enchanters is not a bad idea, because I think an enchanter would really help enable the Corki and the Sejuani. But taking away enchanters from yourself seems a bit odd, because that really limits what you can pick with the Zeri here. And now with kind of the big enchanters all out of commission, I suppose you could look for like a Thresh, maybe?
So I think we're seeing that it was
Amumus?
I think it was always intended to be the Maokai because we're hovering junglers here. So unless we want the Maokai to still be a flex and maybe hold to see if they're gonna like go engage or enchant our bot lane, I think it's expected that it's gonna be Maokai Zeri. I could be wrong. They could absolutely still be sending this top lane, especially given that Kittens do like to play tank top laners. So I wouldn't put it past them. Although Maokai has definitely transitioned much more into the support role, sometimes the jungle, than being a top laner like he used to be.
Man, I didn't realize that Maokai was just back to support again. Well, so much effort getting my favorite champion out of the support role, and he's
like
back
this.
in it again.
I
Can't
really
escape
like
it.
the Nami here.
Yeah,
I really like
you
it
know.
because it's really good with both the Corki and the Ziggs being able to really buff this damage. Bubbles are very good at sort of kiting back. I don't think, good in lane, I don't really know if you're going to get a lot onto the Zeri, especially with that dash. But having all that power, having the extra heal, having the buffs more particularly, and then having the tidal wave to both kite, but also to really hard back up the Sejuani engage is really strong. And going the Renekton, already 2 tanky members on the Kittens, I really like. And having that sort of extra piece of aggression that can sort of find those stun angles is going to be really strong. And the Hover Garen, I think, confirms that it is going to be that Maokai support. We're probably just going to see a quick counter pick top lane. I wouldn't be surprised to see a sort of bruisery tank hybrid. Garen makes a lot of sense here. Wouldn't be surprised to it.
Yeah, I guess.
No, the Urgot. Okay. Going for a bit more of that
oh.
range advantage. And I get it, though. Getting this is going to make you really strong, not just into the Renekton, but also into that Sejuani. Especially once you get that cleaver, you're going to be a lot harder to gank to actually lock down. So I kind of like this. I will say, I think the Spuds, as always, have a very cohesive composition. It's very clear what they want to do. The Spuds, they only do one thing. They do it very well. They've been doing it very well for the past million seasons.
Yeah, they beat you
if
down.
it ain't broke, don't fix it.
They beat you down with close combat. That is exactly what the Spuds are going to do. Although I do like the addition of Rutledge on these longer range champions to kind of allow them to play around different angles, more angles than they would otherwise. Poke them out, open up windows of opportunity for these picks to really go crazy. I think it's kind of a smart adaptation to the style that I think has really worked for them, and part of the reason why they've been so successful to split. Meanwhile, for the Kittens, we've picked good champions, and we have a really strong lockdown in the front side. Maokai and Amumus are going to be very dangerous. They have just crazy buttons. They can lock down, if they get the opportunity, the Corki or the Ziggs or the Nami. But I feel like if Corki, Ziggs, and Nami are playing like they should be, it's going to be very difficult for Amumu and Maokai to get back there. They do have tools to do it. It's not impossible, but I think it would require more of a misstep from the Spuds more than a good flank. Either the Spuds step up too far and get punished, or the Kittens get a really good flank, and that sets up for a crazy lockdown chain. Meanwhile, the Urgot just kind of, I get it. I think it's better than the Garen would be. I'm not sold on it. It definitely, it helps you win lane into the Renekton, and I think that the Spuds, their big weak spot is that top lane. Boat Chicken, I love you, buddy. You're not the star of this team necessarily. You have some rough ones. So I think I can understand the need to kind of counterpick and really push a top side advantage, but I just don't know if it's going to be enough. Because the damage from Spuds seems so high that I don't know if the Kittens are going to be able to survive long enough for Hui and Zeri to come online.
Yeah, that's I think my biggest fear here, right? You got a pretty strong front line, but that front line, I'm seeing a lot of easy ways to break through, a lot of ways you can get around it. I am worried, and if the Spuds play as well, hopefully better than they did last game. I think this composition is going to help them out and bring them to a Game 2 victory.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they can close it out, or if the Kittens if the Kittens have claws in this one. So stick around. We'll see what the result is after our break.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back onto the Rift for Game 2. Spuds and Kittens. Interesting comps this time around. An interesting start also. Going the tier start on the way over the Doran's Ring, I think, is probably the most interesting thing in this game. Usually that's not something you see nowadays. Usually, especially after the starter items were buffed, you know, a year or two ago, tiers just puts you down so far, but we'll see. Maybe Kumi has relegated themselves to, just accepting their fate of last game.
Yeah, you know, sometimes you accept that you're just not him, and you try something else. In any case, I don't know I don't know where I was going with that. Kind of just looking around here. First of all, again, Boat Chicken is back. No sub in the top side. The one, the only, the Truth Chicken is here, ready to either destroy Taunty or be destroyed, and it won't matter by the end of the game, which, you know, either or is funny to me. Because Boat Chicken is doing what we call ambitious Okay, all right. I see the vision. That's an interesting maneuver there to not lose out on EXP, because Urgot is very dangerous level 1, especially as a melee. I think kind of smart there. We'll see if it pays off for the Truth Chicken, as Jake and Beanloaf both going to be clearing up towards topside. I guess this topside battle royale is going to be a bit of a point of contention here, as I guess it should not be too bad for bot side on bot lane for either team. Both of them scale pretty effectively. I think, you know, Lambo having sort of a freebie for 23 minutes last game was a bit egregious. Could have done more to stop the Smolder. I don't think Zeri is as dangerous as Smolder in that regard. Taunty getting another ward out here. They do now have confirmation of where Beanloaf is going to be on the map. They'll be able to see that and understand that, yep, this is a Sejuani currently on topside. I don't believe the Spuds have the same info on Jake, but I assume they can check as
That's not looking good. Giggle
dead.
Little bit over aggressive there, a little bit antsy, not really respecting that Corki and Nami early on is significantly stronger than you're going to be. That combo is deadly. Corki does a lot of damage. Nami's just assisting and all that, and she's not going to be scared to back off, so...
Yeah.
Don't really know about that engage. Not feeling super confident, and losing both your flash and your ignite, really big deal.
Yeah, and okay, we do have a play from the top.
Stun onto Boat Chicken, and Tawny with no dash anymore. The stun coming through, Boat Chicken flashing forward with the Q. And it's going to be Beanloaf picking up the kill. The second they saw Tawny flash and get that stun, they knew it was all over. Was not going to be able to get back to tower in time. It's going to be Boat Chicken and Beanloaf picking up another one. Now the Spuds up 2 kills already in this game. The Aftershock there can be able to find it, and Kumi actually being able to fight back this game. Feeling a lot better than last game.
Yeah, the tier certainly been helpful. Hui has a lot of good tools to farm a bit more safely than the Ahri does. And Ziggs is very mana hungry and is kind of a little bit less burst, less innate upfront power than the Vel'Koz, who can 100 to 0 you very easily. So Kumi having a little bit of reprieve in the mid lane. But yeah, that bot lane kerfuffle was certainly rough. I don't really know what Giggle was doing. One of the rough things about, as somebody who is, you believe it or not, I do like Maokai. One of the things about Maokai support is that you have a really rough time into range support. of any kind, whether they're enchanters or whoever else. You just kind of struggle because your one form of range to kind of combat it are your saplings, which are just not very effective in lane because they're only really good in bushes, and I mean, obviously they're not going to walk into them. So it just gets really rough, and you get locked down super easily if you aren't careful. But Jake and Kumi are here. We're going to see if they're going to make anything happen.
Yeah, a 4-man roam down in the bot side is going to catch out Beanloaf and knock right back into the team. Going to be able to use the Q to get out.
Ooh,
It's going to
Airy.
be Kumi picking it up with Airy. Going to be able to finish it off. Little bit of a blue cat there, helping him out. And that's a really good early pickup. Being able to secure that kill not only guarantees you the dragon, but it's also going to help out Kumi a lot. Already being down like 20 CS, not looking great. You know, it's looking like it was going to go the same way as last game. Picking up that kill is going to help Kumi out a lot in not just dealing with Rutledge, but being able to get the AP to get your pushing power online early to make those roams happen.
Smite.
Unfortunately,
Yeah, smite.
they might have left a little bit too early. Rutledge, KMZ, and Florigato already on the return. Jake
Just kill
needs
him.
to be able to smite this, but they're not going to be able to do it in time. The Zeri laser will secure the dragon, though. It will be Spuds picking up the feat of warfare as Jake goes down. And Boat Chicken and Beanloaf, again, putting their brains together in the top side, being able to pick up another one. And the Spuds already up more than 1,000 gold, not 7 minutes into the game.
Yeah, the Spuds looking very nice for themselves there. Okay, Lamba. Giggle? Giggle?
Chickens are just like, we want out.
Okay, Kittens are taking the expressway out. Hey, I'm not gonna complain.
It's
I'm
fine.
alright getting
Guys, it's playoffs, right? We go game 3, you know, it'll all be fine. Wait a sec. It's best of 3?
It's best of 5, right?
It's
Guys?
best of 5. It's the best of 5, right?
Guys?
Surely.
Guys? Yeah, it's that's not particularly close in the bot lane. And again, it's really that power of the Corki Nami. Maokai, again, is super punished by range, by just any kind of range, because he can't really fight back. He has to go in super hard. The best pairings for Maokai are champions that can very easily follow up on that damage, as Jake is going to pick up a freebie. That's just solo bolo onto Sejuani? Where?
Okay. Maybe we are going to get last game. We'll see. It is still a 2,000 lead though for the Spuds, which not really what you want to be looking at. Although they might have been able to catch out Boat Chicken. Flash over the wall from Jake, lands that next bandage shot. Spear from downtown. Are they gonna get the execute? Tawny is gonna pull him in, grind him up, and Boat Chicken goes down. Another kill picked up, and that's gonna be really good for Tawny because Boat Chicken tried to run top. Tawny had been pushing the entire time, already up CS. Now pushing that tower, got some plates, gonna force the TP out of Boat Chicken. Nice play. That's gonna be really helpful in trying to get them back into this game.
Yeah, very good for Taunty, who is getting a little focused up there by Beanloaf. Beanloaf kind of realizing that bot lane doesn't need me, mid lane doesn't need me. I guess I gank Taunty. It's the jungle problem when you play a ganking tank jungler and you've got one place to go, so you just kind of repeat that guy and hope that he doesn't learn from his mistakes. But Boat Chicken was the one who made a mistake. Speaking of mistakes, ooh, okay, Rutledge got the footwork.
Maybe. Oh. You can see them just like trying to like get the better. Kumi walking through the minefield. That slow might be not quite. Oh, now another engage in the bot side. Lambo going forward. Giggle with the flash. Gonna be able to secure that kill for Jake and Rutledge on the mid lane. Kumi just walking a bit too far forward, getting a bit of an ego. Thought, this guy ain't shit. You know, last game was nothing, just a fluke, and then immediately dies. So.
Yeah, and the big disaster here is this is Ziggs hitting your turret.
Yeah, are they going to be able to get the execute? Boat Chicken's tanking it. They can get it. He got it. And with the feat of warfare secured as well, that is going to be feats for the second game in a row secured for the Spuds.
Yeah, Kumi's going nowhere. We are now stuck in mid lane jail as the play, which, you know, we get to farm a little bit. That's a positive, but the negative is Ziggs has total control to do whatever he wants with impunity. Giggle, level 5 right here. No flash, feeling a little worse for wear as KMZ is full health, full resources. Florigato's a little on the low side, I guess. And Jake is around, so they could look for something, but it's just taking a bit too long. Giggle does finally get the Nature's Grasp, but okay, never mind. They may look for it.
Yeah, we'll see if EFT Lambo's gonna be able to pick this one up. They do manage to get the root, and Jake gonna be able to land that Twisted Advance, looking for a bit more. Another bandage toss. They're gonna try and keep him off Giggle. Nice Curse of Sad Mummy gonna keep Giggle alive. EFT Lambo firing back. Gonna try and get it with the lethal tempo, but a huge bomb. Not gonna hit anybody, but it's completely gonna cut off Lambo and Giggle from rejoining that fight. Now we can use the tidal wave. Lambo manages to sidestep, but Giggle goes down, and Rutledge is already here. Knocks him back into the tower, needs a Q. Not quite gonna be able to land it, but still being able to pick up those second kills. And the Spuds, you know, every time it looks like the Kittens are gonna find something, they've got a little bit left. The Spuds managed to find it back. Now have to be careful. Kumi, one more bolt's gonna be able to, but not gonna be going forward quite enough. Beanloaf? Okay, we're not gonna see it. That had me scared for a bit.
No, he doesn't have the gumption to go for it. In any case, that is a big win for the Spuds. I will say, looked good at the start there. Giggle with the Nature's Grasp. I think what they could have potentially done, because of the distance there, KMZ could have tanked that to save Florigato, the one Nature's Grasp, and just kind of hope that Florigato is able to escape. But it doesn't really pay out, as we do have a fight.
Yep, Boat Chicken already picking up the first kill. Rutledge might be caught out, though. Lambo gonna try and go forward over the wall. Needs one more auto. Will finally be able to do it with the lightning crash. Gonna keep firing back, but now that KMZ is here, lands the bubble. It's gonna be Boat Chicken picking up a triple. Not quite the quadra as KMZ picks up that last, but Boat Chicken on a rampage right now. 4-1 and 2, going for the Bork on this Renekton, shows just how confident he is. The Heartsteel already finished for the Sejuani, the Trinity Force for Florigato. All of these spikes now coming through, and the Spuds are just so hilariously far ahead. Over 4,000 before the 15-minute mark. It's only 13 minutes in. You know, they could be up another 1,000 by the time that 15-minute mark hits. They're going to be able to pick up this first drag, despite Kittens being able to pick up the one before that. Again, no mites. Kittens were able to pick up that first round of grubs, but still looking really rough. The Spuds in high control of this game.
Okay, we do have an angle for Kittens.
Florigato going down the tidal wave from the flashback. Still going to be able to land the Curse of the Sad Mummy, and it's going to be Florigato falling first in the fight. His Beanloaf shortly thereafter. And now it's the Kittens that are actually going to be able to turn their eyes towards the dragon.
Yeah, they're going to turn it towards the dragon. Rutledge is here, going to be firing out poke. Jake's going to land stun.
Flashing forward, can be able to land the bandage toss. Kumi going out, using that speed buff to try and get a little bit further, but KMZ is going to speed up Rutledge, make sure to get it back. Kill going to be going over to Lambo, picking up that second dragon, going to get that drag stacking started. And, you know, again, I keep saying, you know, oh, it looks good for Spuds, it looks good. They just keep giving away these objectives. You gotta stick with your team to finish these dragons, guys. You can't be going mid, giving it up. The Kittens are willing to collapse on you. They know how to punish this.
Yeah, and they have the tools to punish it as well. The Nature's Grasp is just a really good button. Does not matter how Maokai is doing, he has the really good button. So Giggle's able to find a really good angle there, and it ends up being 4v2, which is no backup, as Taunty is going to be suffering.
Yeah, well, once again, Boat Chicken
Top lane.
be able to run that down. This is the Taunty is getting the full top lane experience right now of like getting 4 plates and like being up CS, and you feel good, but then you just come and die again and again and again. And I actually kind of want to gold check real quick to see if we can actually see. I feel like they're close. Okay, it's only 900, which is more than you would expect, but all those plates, all that extra CS has been super helpful. But you can see the only real gold advantage for the Kittens is in the jungle with Jake, who's been able to power farm. But Beanloaf doesn't care. He's on Sejuani. He's got the Heartsteel. He just runs around the map ganking people. Already 9 KP in the game, which is more kills than the entirety of Kittens have.
Yes. None can handle the truth chicken. This is reality. This is the world we live in. And these are the things we're given. As Jake is going to be in the jungle there. Beanloaf going to be stepping up. Will be found, but I don't think there's really anything to really get out of it. Yep, just going to fire back some spells. Sort of dissuade Jake from going further when the bandage toss goes wide. No reason to go any deeper. 4v4 in the mid lane. Lambo does have the lightning crash out, but it is kind of small. It's kind of small potatoes here. We do have both of our big buttons for Giggle and Jake. So if a fight were to break out, they do have really good lockdown. But Lambo's still kind of just Lambo does have that first item complete, so not totally helpless here on the Zeri as the Nature's Grass goes out.
Yep, Nature's Grass coming. Spiraling Despair going down. Rutledge popping very low. A nice bomb there. Beanloaf, unfortunately, not able to land it. KMZ, you can see, looking for it. You can see if you can get Kumi, but do it. Yes, give it to him, the flash. The Floragado's finally joined up. Going to be able to jump in, get some of these missiles. But a nice stun there from Giggle. Going to be able to. Floragado flashing forward. Finally going to finish off the Kumi. But now with Lambo over the wall and the lightning crash coming down. Going to try and chain this lightning. Beanloaf does so much damage though. It has to be careful. One going through. Nice little sidestep there from Lambo to dodge out on that bubble. Wants to keep going forward. Wants to use this movement speed. Going to try and use the W to cut it off. But unfortunately, the healing, the resistance is just a little bit too much. And Lambo's not going to be able to secure the rest of those kills.
Yeah, it's just nothing coming out there for Lambo. And I do think that Lambo was, does he know something I don't? What?
I feel like Bochicken was...
execute.
I feel like he was proxying and thought he was in danger, and he's like, I'm just gonna execute.
But nobody was there. we knew nobody was there. You know what? He knows something I don't. I'm gonna trust the truth.
Quick back.
Yeah, it was a optimal death right there.
Optimal death.
A good death, as it were. Anyways, a boat chicken aside. Yeah, it is kind of a trade in the mid lane there. They threw everything out. They are able to lock down and kill Rutledge, but without Lambo able to close the gap, it's just HP bars ticking red, beeping aggressively, but no real payout for anyone on the Kittens. Just the damage is not there to complete any of those kills. And I think that's kind of what we gotta worry about a little bit here as the Kittens. When you have a gold deficit on your carries, you just do less damage. Fun fact, never would have guessed. No gold. If you have less gold, you have less items, which means you do less damage. Shocking display for sure. But it's kind of the experience here, where the Kittens are a 2-threat comp, and neither threat is really that accelerated. And Lambo getting found by the Truth Chicken will be in danger. Jake gonna potentially find something. Nature's Grass going out.
Nice cleanse from Floragato to keep him safe though, and now it's Bochicken on the back line, but he might be getting collapsed on, taking a lot of damage. Spiraling Despair coming out, a lot of dodges on the tidal wave, a lot of damage coming down, but it's gonna be Bochicken first to fall in the fight. Connie killing Beanloaf shortly thereafter. Now the speed boost coming through, but Kumi and Jake both very low. Nice engage there from Jake, but not quite able to get anything off of it. The damage coming through, Rutledge flashing out of there. Lambo has to be careful as Floragato keeps going forward. Knows they still have a little bit of fight left in him, but with those health bars low, both teams are going to have to be forced to back off there. Bochicken, I think going a little bit forward, thought the team could back him up a bit more than they realistically could. And collapsed on just a little bit too early.
Yeah, the collapse is gonna be, it's gonna help the Kittens sort of stem the bleeding a little bit, force the Spuds back, sort of punish a bit of aggression there. Really, it does help. The main thing is that this allows Kittens to kind of reset the map, which is what they really want for this Drake here.
Lambo going down, though, is a big deal for the Kittens. It's going to be the Spuds able to pick up that dragon, stop stacking. Unfortunately, Kumi cut off from the rest of the fight, and Bochicken is going to have free reign to run down both Beagle and Jake.
The Bochicken
not taking the kill, but escaping in the middle of two people to force it down mid lane. Doesn't even want the kill. This is why Bochicken is the GOAT. Doesn't need the kills. He says, I want the game. I don't care about the stats. I'm not going to pad it. We just want to end. Kumi going down to Beanloaf. Jake's still here. Boat Chicken standing completely unafraid as Tawny gets run down in the bot lane. Although Boat Chicken might have bit off a little bit more than he could chew. Now Giggle using it. Going forward. The vines. He's a little bit more. Barely makes it out. Sidesteps the Sandwich Toss. Jake has one more. Not going to be able to do it, and Boat Chicken makes it out. The heist pulled off. Gets the inhibitor tower. Doesn't break open the inhib, but at this stage in the game, you know, maybe we just don't want to give it very far. It's fine. The GOAT has returned.
He's the hero.
Why do we meme on? Look, I know everyone memes on Boat Chicken and definitely like does some terrible stuff. This guy's won multiple times. Like, he's looking really good this season. Unironically, I think Boat Chicken is. I think he might be putting a stop to the slander this season.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't go that far. Let's.
I mean, look, he's consistently, at least in this game, he's beating the allegations.
Oh, the blue water stream is down.
Oh, that's not good.
Or it was? Is it back up now?
It's up for me.
Okay. It looked like it was down for a second. Though.
I think that's a skill issue.
Oh. Okay, maybe it was a skill issue. This is why I don't trust. I don't know. I got pinged by T Wayne. I'm not trusting T Wayne again. Never again. Sorry, T Wayne.
I mean, maybe it was. Okay. It's.
But you know who is down? Rutledge, who just gets caught by Jake in the jungle. Do not know what Rutledge was doing necessarily, as the Boat Chicken is looking a little worse for wear, but should be fine to just walk
also,
it
check
out.
chat. Stream's all good. We're chilling. Oh no. Oh no. Kumi, look out. Look out. The bomb's coming through. Florigato gets the vision. Beanloaf going for the dive. KMZ here as well. And it's just a matter of time before they're taken out. Now the tower going down shortly after. Demolish procs coming through. Boat Chicken picks it up. And now they're going to be walking through, going back, kiting down. I feel like don't get me wrong. The first game was all Kumi. Like, Kumi did that to him. Oh, okay. Kittens just take Otacon while all this is happening.
Okay. All right.
Oh. GG's.
Okay. I mean,
the funny thing is, like, the first game, like, Kumi wasting flash, we did that to himself, right? Like, Kumi was just kind of getting. At this point, I just feel bad. Because, like, after a certain point, it's like, you played that fight pretty well, and then it's like, okay, 4-man dive, well, your team takes Otacon. Like, you're happy for it. Your team gets Otacon, it's worth, but, like, it feels so bad.
Yeah, it's definitely a rough one for the Kumi. But, you know, I think you accept that trade. You do lose that... actually, you don't really lose a whole lot. You do get the Otacon there, which is big, especially because the Baron is going to be up in a minute, and that extra damage is going to be paying dividends as the game continues. And Taunty currently has TP. I think Boat Chicken's TP will be up pretty soon, so it might even be up right now. I can't really tell by the icon. No, it is up right now. So yeah, both top laners have TP. They are going to be able to play on the side. Rutledge does not have TP. So once this Drake is live, once the Baron is live, that is going to be something they have to worry about here. But I think that the Spuds are more concerned about getting more Drakes, as Taunty could be about too far. Gonna flash. We'll dodge that, but will it be enough?
No, the slow gonna catch him out, caught out by the Glacial Christian, the Heartsteel stack going through. Rutledge just does so much damage and a bomb knock back in. Tawny gonna get the flip, gonna try and get some damage down. Does so much, and oh my god! Rutledge almost going down there. Tawny just does so much damage when you get those shotgun knees off. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Florigato going down to a 4-man collapse from the Kittens.
Yeah, that was a Nature's Grasp in the mid lane. Cat tagging Florigato did have the cleanse, but I imagine it was just a full CC layering. Not even worth trying to get out of that one, as yeah, Florigato will end up dead to rights in the mid lane. But that is not going to be a whole lot lost. Boat Chicken going to be moving with the minion wave down the mid lane, applying a little bit of pressure there. Could be threatening to just take the inhib, as both teams are posturing around the Drake, but we'll have to peel back. Taunty is back up, does have TP. We're getting Boat Chicken POV right here, as the Drake's gonna be, it's 2000.
Going down. It's going to be soul point now for the Kittens, and a fight going out. Beautiful Curse the Sad Mummy from Jake, but unfortunately they're not quite able to follow up. Now kiting back. They're able to take out Beanloaf. It's jungler for jungler right now. Beautiful pullback game going to make Orgato go out. Eagle goes down, Boat Chicken getting run down. Lambo trying to fire the lightning, trying to get it off, and it'll be carry for carry. The trades keep coming through. It's going to be Kumi and Rutledge, the main carries left in this fight. The top laners as well. But what they don't know, Spuds still have KMZ. KMZ has been pumping out the heals, been pumping out the assisting damage the whole time. And quite honestly, I'm surprised he doesn't have a Dark Seal at this point. KMZ, you know, not really known for the enchanters, but has been playing it really, really well on this Nami.
Yeah, Defoe. Sorry, I was reading Defoe winning. Congratulations, astronauts. But KMZ has been putting on a clinic here. The Nami has paid dividends this game. Just so much power in the early game and just so much utility around the mid game here. As we get into the later stages, the Nami has done so much to help the Spuds out. The real weakness is just that, I don't know, maybe the big CC chains from the Kittens are more than Nami can really handle on her own. I wonder if it's even worth it, potentially getting, despite having cleanse, maybe you consider a Mikhail's? I don't know if that's really gonna be the most worthwhile investment, but if you have the gold, I think it's not a terrible idea, and could be what KMZ is looking at next. Or just could be looking to accelerate the heal shielding power with the Moonstone, with the Moonstone mandate.
I'm looking at the Kindle gem. I'm thinking, like, given how grouped up a lot of these fights have been, I could just see like the redemption, and it's like, okay, it's like, yeah, we're not cleansing any of the crazy thing, but like, we're getting giant AoE heals that are healing, you know, easily like 600 to 800 every fight.
Mm-hmm.
So I think they're both good options. I think it really just depends at this point.
Yeah, and I understand that with the cleanse, like, you're really just kind of helping Rutledge out, and I feel like if Rutledge gets caught, you know, it's God's plan. You just have to abandon Ziggs at that point. Speaking of,
oh, engage coming through. The wave comes down, but it's KMZ caught out. Forget what I said about that Dark Seal. Not gonna work. Now Beanloaf, the second to fall, failing a flash. That is a very large wall. You cannot do that. But Lambo going a bit too far forward, not gonna be able to land that right click onto Rutledge. Meanwhile, Boat Chicken's just been chilling. Look, we meme on him. This is, I think, the correct play. Well, because while all of this is happening, it's like, if you're not able to get a flank angle, like, you have the TP, but if everything's going poorly, yeah, just go. Just go. Just grab your, just keep going.
Yeah, applying pressure on the side there, especially with the super minion wave in mid, is inevitably going to force them back, because if Boat Chicken can crack that bot side turret, it becomes very possible that there is a lethal push at play. And especially because he did opt into that Bork, the extra attack speed is honestly pretty huge for taking objectives like for just taking turrets. Because you just hit them more often. So it's gonna pay a little bit of extra for him in terms of actually applying pressure on these neutral objectives. And once again, Boat Chicken just kind of maneuvering around the map. The Spuds are sending him as sort of a sacrificial rotisserie dinner up here. You know, this guy's a Costco rotisserie chicken sitting up here waiting for somebody to collect him.
That's the down south. That's the croc. That is alligator on the barbecue right there.
Yeah, it is
some bayou food.
Yeah, so potentially delicious. I wouldn't know. I think it's a little gamey, but that's at least my understanding. I've only really seen, you know, it being cooked on like cooking shows, as Kumi is potentially just dead.
Yeah, we'll see. Going out, Boat Chicken running down through the spiraling despair, but the nice cleanse. That's what the QSS was for.
The QSS.
Boat Chicken makes it out. The attack. The attack.
Chicken. He knew. This is what we've been waiting for. I mean, that's why you build the
ready.
cleanse.
I was so ready with the taste like chicken line too. I was building up for it. I'm like, oh yeah, come on, Tawny, do it. No.
Kill him. Yes, kill him.
Kill it.
No.
Oh, come on. I have a cool setup. But it's great.
Oh, my
no,
joke! No.
My joke. No. The Bo Chicken. He
Bo
wants
Chicken-
more. He wants more.
He's stopping the recall here. And because he has stun, it's gonna stop Taunty from TPing. So it's just gonna be.
Okay, I was worried.
Yeah, I mean, Boat Chicken's doing the right thing here, just sort of forcing Taunty to stay up top.
Yeah, but Florgato needs to rejoin. Rutledge is caught out there. Beautiful engage from Jake, and he's going to be able to pick up the kill. Now, Beanloaf going in, trying to take out Kumi. The TP comes in, but it's going to be Tawny there first, using that, going to eat it up. And you know what? Borte's just as good as Gator. You're going to be able to pick up one. VFD Lambo shocking Boat Chicken for another kill. It's only Florgato and KMZ left. But with no smite, that should be the soul going the way of the Kittens, and what looked so good for Spuds just 5 seconds ago leads to terrible positioning from Rutledge and Florgato being caught out on the side of that fight, not respecting their positioning, not rejoining with their team. And you can see what they were doing, right? Rutledge was going back, moving towards Florgato to try and help him walk in, but Beanloaf and KMZ weren't there. Now Florgato hanging out by Baron Pit for some reason. Gonna go down as well, and that'll be a Baron for the Kittens. What was looking so good for the Spuds, so good, like they were really just ready for this game. Now the Kittens have fought back. They have soul. They have this Baron. That's gonna be a huge gold swing. What was a more than 5,000 gold lead cut down to less than 1,000 with the soul, with all these buffs. This area, 3 items, even more on this back. You have Kumi scaling out the entire game. And KMZ's given up? Question mark?
Yeah, KMZ's gone. Feeling the way I do right now, for sure.
Can't blame him, honestly.
Yeah, that was just kind of a disastrous play for the side of the Spuds. Boat Chicken was super chunked out, wasn't able to TP. Had to try and contest the Taunty TP, but again, Giggle and Jake just have big, stupid buttons. And they landed everything there. They got the bandage toss into the curse, into the nature's grasp, and from there, your Ziggs is not mobile, so he is very easy to lock down and just obliterate with Kumi's damage. And Lambo was pretty much untouched there as well, so it just becomes very easy for these carries to follow up. Like, I had some concerns about the ability to lock down here, but when you have so many buttons that just lock down, it makes total sense that you can just absolutely layer it like that, as Beanloaf will be the target, does have the Guardian resistances. Maybe we might be biting off more than we can chew? Never mind, we're chewing up a boar right there. Delicious pork right there. Love me some good pork. I'm a big pork enthusiast. And
there's the pause.
Wait, okay, that was an actual KMZ DC? Why did we wait so long to pause? What was the...
Maybe KMZ is like talking in chat, but not...
Who knows?
I don't know.
KMZ, if you're in stream, could you let us know? I know you were in stream earlier, mid-game, so just keep me posted. I guess we could talk a bit about the current state of the game. It is now a lead for the Kittens, 600 gold. The Spuds had a pretty commanding lead for so long, but unlike last game, it just was not enough of a lead. Rutledge does have a ton of CS, is doing quite a lot of damage, but it's not any much more than what Kumi's putting out. Zeri has 3 items. This is sort of what we saw last game with the Kittens composition and the Smolder, where the AD carry has sufficiently scaled, and you really just need your mid laner to do some kind of damage. And unlike last game, where Ahri was kind of just a charm bot, Kumi actually is pretty threatening in this game, and able to follow up very easily on the hard lockdown from Maokai and Amumus, as it just makes it very easy for them to do that. And Taunty having that execute to sort of push over the edge, especially for some of these tankier members, is very convenient, because it's a lot. I imagine it would be a bit harder to kill Sejuani, but with the Urgot execute, it gets a lot easier to chew through that very dense meat.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard, but like you're saying, Lambo is just really strong at this point. Florgato, like, they have all these items, they're very strong, but it's hard for them to fight back against this Baron, right? These minions are just really, really powerful. They're really hard, and there's not as much clear as you might hope for, right? This is a very aggressive team fighty comp. You don't want to be getting siege. You want to be the ones doing the sieging. You have the range. You have the zigs. You want to be the ones on this aggression. And now that you're put on the back foot against this way, against this Zeri, with very few ways to get in and so much peel for the Kittens, it's not looking great for the Spuds, especially now that we have a disconnect. That could throw a wrench in everything.
Yeah, and I think we'll have to wait and see if and when KMZ gets back. We'll just throw it to a break in the meantime as we wait to sort of rest our eyes and our hearts. And we'll see if the Kittens can close it out when we get back in. So, see you then. All right, welcome back, everybody. We are here on the Rift as KMZ has not quite returned yet. The pause timer has run out for the Spuds, so they're gonna have to try and play this one out 4v5 or until KMZ gets back. As we are looking at a pause frame, Boat Chicken gonna have to do a little bit of a cleanse there, as we do have an inhib taken down, and the Baroned up Kittens are walking away.
Interesting choice. It looks like they're just gonna do it so they can get mid lane out. Not quite confident to end just yet, right? Florigato, they still do quite a bit of damage, so don't want to risk it. But yeah, KMC not back. Missing your Nami, I think, that kind of screws up a lot of this game plan. That sort of Nami's sort of the glue that brings all this together. It adds to the damage, it adds to the peel, it helps with the backup engage. Like, it's sort of like the last little oomph you need to push this comp over the edge to do what it needs to do. So not having it is kind of a big deal. This isn't really a team that operates without that fifth member.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see kind of if the Spuds, if this game ends and the Spuds do lose, if they might have to pull in an E-sub for KMZ. That would be really rough for them to do that. Because, I mean, KMZ is a real great performer in most of these games the Spuds play. Losing that powerful support, and I'm going to be honest here, you're not going to find a good replacement for KMZ. Have you seen his ranked? His rank is not looking good, boyos. Yeah.
I also wonder, like,
I don't know.
I don't know how comms go. I know he drops a lot of the same players, but given the approach that the Spuds tend to have, I feel like KMZ might be the glue holding it all together. So without him, I don't know. I'm not super confident. I'm not feeling great.
Yeah, it's
this siege is just brutal. They're just taking everything. Baron finally out, but Elder up in a minute 30. KMZ is not back, trying to fight that 4v5. It really is just going to be a Mission Impossible type deal. You need some insane plays coming through to actually be able to secure that, especially against this 4-item Zeri, who is just shredding your team every team fight.
Yeah, the Zeri is super strong, and I think the Spuds kind of know that it's really hard for them to play the game as a 4v5. I will say, I have been in the situation, I think you have been in the situation as well, where you're forced to play out a 4v5. Didn't you get stuck in an elevator? Your team had to play out a game 4v5, or
no? I made it. We were just late. We lost the ban.
Oh, okay. It was a different thing. All right. I
wasn't okay. So I didn't get trapped in the elevator. I lived in a building with like 20-something floors, and there was like, I don't know, like 15 or something people on the elevator, all getting off on different floors, and I lived on like the 23rd floor.
Ah, okay.
So I went down to get food on a break, and it took me 12 minutes to get back up.
Ah, I see. Anyways, what's gonna be breaking here at the Spuds?
Yeah, and you know, I want to say something, but it's kind of expected at this point. Not having your support, being in this 4v5, losing everything just so hard, and they might not even need the Elder. It's just Rutledge and Florigato at this point. Jake at any point can just flash Bandit Toss and secure a kill here, right? It's really hard to do anything. Tawny also with the flash can just try and flash E. They're just sieging it down. Florigato and Rutledge desperately try and clear these waves, but it's only a matter of time. Now the top side pushing in. They're gonna break this tower down. They don't need the minions, they say. However, tower's doing quite a bit of damage. Finally, we're gonna have those minions locked back in. Rutledge already at half HP. The Nexus already at half HP. And Tawny flashing forward. Just want a little bit more. Want to eat that Yordle up. Kumi will get taken out by Florigato. We'll pick up an extra kill for the stat padding, but the game's all but over. Unfortunate DC there from KMZ. And instead of a 2-0, we see a tragic tie-up that might result in a substitution.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder if they will have to sub out there. That is tragic. I guess it is only fair for the Kittens because in week 1, the Kittens ended up losing a game because VFD Lambo's computer like self-destructed and they had to play 4v5. So I guess, you know, the shoe is on the other foot. The Kittens get their karmic redemption. KMZ leaver, penalty applied. Can we report Nami for leaving? Live on stream. And, it's unfortunate. I feel like there's really nothing to do. There's no counterplay there. If you are the Spuds, you aren't winning 4v5. You are not in a situation, you didn't have enough of a lead to win 4v5. There just really wasn't anything you could do. So I guess now you kind of have to hope that you can find somebody to sub in until if KMZ can't get back in time. Yeah, it looks like we are getting an update from KMZ in chat. Internet is cooked, time to watch from my phone. Rest in peace, brother.
Oh boy.
Best of luck to the Spuds getting a sub here. Apparently they've got somebody, which is impressive considering KMZ's like gold. So I don't know how it'll look for the Spuds in game 3. But in any case, at least the Kittens were looking at a winning position. I don't think it was 100% Kittens favored going into the end of the game there, but they were absolutely in a winning position.
Yeah, after they got that Barret and secured that soul, it was like, okay. Like, yeah, we have a disconnect, but like maybe we hang on, right? And we get this game. But it's like, but it's also, it's not like Kittens were, you know, like down 5k at the end and then KMZ disconnects and it's insane, right? It's like, okay, I could see it. It's unfortunate, but these things do happen. And hopefully the next game, hopefully we have no issues. Sub will hopefully fill in, but I do worry about losing that leadership position, losing that synergy that you had.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see what our teams can come up with here. Trying to win it back again in game 3. Stick around. We'll see what KMZ who KMZ can find after the break.
Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go! Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Come on, everybody, bring it in. Side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go.
Welcome back, everybody. KMZ has called everyone they know. The $800,000 man was able to find a sufficient substitute player. So we are gonna get a game 3. And tragically, the Spuds, they started with the ban loss. They got all 5 bans in game 2, and they're gonna end with a ban
With another
loss
ban loss.
in game 3, which is, I don't know, that just tickles my funny bone, I suppose. But Kittens come out of game 2, although they did win because of the 4v5 was there. The Kittens were in a very favorable position with Atacon, with Baron. It was very likely they were going to win unless the Spuds pulled out a crazy base defense. In the end, the Kittens just sort of were able to close out the game easier than they would have otherwise. So now that we are sitting in game 3 here, both teams honestly very evenly matched, it feels, at least based on games 1 and 2, where every fight can go either way, no matter who has the gold lead. I'm very interested to see what they had in store. Unfortunately, I will say there were some very interesting subs being thrown into the chat. A Haley was thrown into the chat as a possible sub. Would have been very funny. Our man, Ethereal Images, one of the greatest gamers of all time, was thrown into the chat and was not approved because they went with Panda instead. So yeah, it is very exciting to see what these teams have in store. And we are going to see very similar bans from the Kittens, 2 targeting Rutledge, 1 AD carry ban, and now the Spuds with 2 jungle bans. Targeting Jake, I think, is a smart
We are
decision.
first picking Alistar.
We're gaming. We are gaming, folks.
Oh boy, I wonder the one unbanned champion in this game that Kittens are gonna pick. Oh boy. You just lock it. They're thinking about their next pick. Just lock it in. We know where you're going. Come on. There we go.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, the Poppy will get locked in there. These not too surprising. It is a champion that the Kittens like to play. It's something Taunty's good on. It also plays well into the Alistar if they want to throw it in support. It's a very flexible champion. A lot of players on the Kittens play it. There's a reason I think it's been kind of off the table for other games in the series, and now it is available for them, and they will be picking it up. And KMZ is not in the game. Neither is the Maul, but we are going to be locking in the Aphelios for Florigato here. Very fascinating champion to pair with the Alistar, but I do like it.
Yeah, because into the Xayah Poppy, like, they're not going to be exerting that much pressure that can't be answered back, right? So I think, and with Jinx out of the game and the carry already locked in, like, if you have a position to play Aphelios, I feel like this is a pretty good one.
Yeah, it is definitely a favorable position.
And we'll see what that is in just a sec.
Yeah, we're waiting to see. We just didn't click. We didn't click champions. So
okay, well, we do see Talia. So I'm assuming that it's either a mid or a jungler. I don't think we're doing some crazy flex top, but I could be wrong. I like this though. Getting range on the Aphelios, getting extra disengaged, making it just even harder to double down on this engage is really nice.
yeah, still waiting to see. Did we get confirmation on what that champion was? For B3. They didn't put it in chat. What is going on? Oh, okay. All right, I see.
It's Xin. Okay, so it is the Xinjiao. So they really are doubling down, going for that engage, and the Crescent Guard's gonna be nice to dodge out this damage, but this just makes me like the Talia more. Like they're really, I mean, we say it even without KMZ, they're still they got their one game plan. Oh, there we go. Okay, everything all back in its place.
Yeah.
Bans coming out, mid lane bans, a lot of mid lane bans. The Garen ban, quite interesting.
Yes, the Garen ban. We are targeting Taunty. We do not want him to have that. Jake gonna be going on the J4. This is definitely something that he likes to play. The Nocturne I think is an interesting one, and I do think it's honestly pretty decent into the Aphelios and the champions that Spuds have right now. But they're gonna go, the more reliable option is the J4. Aphelios cannot get out of your Cataclysm, so it's very easy to just, even if you get bumped out by Xinjiao or Alistar, you know, you still have trapped him in a cage, and that is very favorable, especially because that is a wall for Poppy to slam you into. We're actually building a lot of walls for Poppy to slam you into in this game, as we have the Talia as well. The Lux will be picked up here as what I presume will be our mid laner. I can't imagine where else it would go. And Ornn will be, Boat Chicken Tank Ornn will be locked in for top. As the blind here, once again, giving counterpick to Taunty. That could be pretty dangerous, because Taunty has a lot in the tank to throw at Ornn, and we're going to be throwing Ambessa.
Oh boy, that's an interesting pick. I like this. They have Kittens have a really good mix of engage, range, disengage. They can do a lot. Spuds have locks for range. Then they are Spuds comp. They have Ornn, Xinjiao, and Alistar. They're gonna run at you and try and kill you. There's really not much to say. Ambessa's cool though.
Yeah. So here's an update. There's so much happening in this particular game. KMZ's internet came back mid draft. So it looks like.
So is KMZ playing the Alistar and we're just keeping it all?
That seems to be what is happening. That seems to be what is happening, according to a thumbs up that was given to, or I guess that's Defoe thumbsing it up. What league operator Kidecat has said is KMZ can play, but he has to play the Alistar, and the Kittens have to allow it. And I believe that is what is happening. I think we are a lovely owner operator is here to clear up what in the hell is going on with the players in this game.
Hello, this is owner operator, I guess. Yeah, so KMZ's allowed to play, but the Kittens have to allow it, and KMZ has to play the alley, or at least they have to keep the draft to that point, and they are doing so. Kittens allowed it.
All right then.
So KMZ's back. He's just
KMZ's
Alistar.
back. Okay, so we are back on KMZ.
Okay,
Yes.
I mean, I don't think anything functionally changes, whether it's KMZ or whoever else was there. I mean,
think it's
Alistar.
better for KMZ to be back.
It's definitely better for KMZ to be back. The Alistar, I don't think it's something he's played a whole lot, but it is Alistar, and it is still an engaged champion that's in his wheelhouse. So,
yeah.
Even if they did plan the draft around the sub, and maybe the Alistar was a big pick, I don't know. I guess it pans out. I do like what the Spuds have. Again, very much a composition that is running at you, trying to team fight with a good AD carry and a siege mage in mid, providing cover with long range poke. The Kittens have a very aggressive comp this game. Compared to the past couple of games where they were more trying to scale, they are absolutely a lot more aggressive in the early game here with the J4 and the Poppy, and even the Zaya a bit has a lot of early game power. So I'm curious as to what you think in terms of which comp is favored.
Yeah, I don't know. I keep trying to like add words. It really is just like Spuds are gonna run at you. Either you can deal with it or you can't. It really is that simple. And so far nobody in the league has been able to deal with it. Although Kittens are putting up a hell of a fight, and still looking pretty good after the game 2. Even though there was a disconnect, I still feel like it would have gone to Kittens. Minus some obviously egregious trolling, but I like the draft. I think Spuds got exactly what they wanted. I think Kittens have a very good draft. I think it's really going to come down to execution at this point.
Yeah. So we'll have to see if the execution is there when we come back. We'll be in on the Rift, hopefully for real this time, and we'll see our game 3 here for Spuds versus Kittens. Stick around. A winner and first place team will be decided by this game after the break.
All right, and welcome onto the Rift for Game 3. Seems like we have hopefully resolved all our technical issues. Fingers crossed. I'm knocking on wood. I'm praying that nothing else crazy happens.
Yeah. Hopefully we have all players here for the entire game and no one's internet cuts out. Unless it's mine. If my internet cuts out, that's fine. I'm not coming back. Best of luck. Is Chelsea at a game? We will have her fill in for
Gotta
me
bring in the
again.
emergency caster.
Yeah, the emergency. Yeah, for sure.
Eagle has Hail of Blades. That's cool. That's looking for blood down there.
Yeah, the Hail of Blades Poppy. Giggle is ready to absolutely go buck wild. So here's an update on the situation. KMZ did come back, despite the fact that they did plan around their sub. So this is KMZ on Alistar. I have it on good authority that this is KMZ's first time playing the champion. So we're going to see first time Alistar here on the Rift for KMZ. The people in Banter Chat were trying to give him secret tips. Defoe sent him a build guide, so I think he's in good hands, folks. I think we're going to see some very powerful Alistar gaming here. I think narratively, I kind of want KMZ to just like pop off this game, just randomly. I think that would be very funny. So
I don't know if it's that random. Like,
happen.
I know he doesn't play a lot of Ali, but like I feel like Ali as a champion, it's like it's a very KMZ coded champion. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's definitely a KMZ kind of champion, engage oriented, a tanky frontliner, and also just like a good pick in general. I think it was obviously if you're first picking it, you're doing it because your support likes the pick, but in the end, I think it kind of panned out well for the comp. Aside from Poppy being a bit of a thorn in the side of the Alistar, at least in lane. But I feel like KMZ can definitely look to just play around the map. Alistar, very good at roaming. As long as Florigato's got the right guns to be self-sufficient in lane, I think it's definitely a possibility to just see the Alistar start roaming as soon as possible.
Almost definitely.
Our junglers here sort of taking a very slow, a mirrored start to the game. Jake is going to be ending up on bot side, Beanloaf on top side. Boat Chicken looking pretty okay up in top lane right now. Of course, we do know the power of the Ambessa. Ornn is definitely, you know, he's a bit of a dangerous champion, but he's very stable. Taunty did get this counter pick here, looking to make most of it. Rutledge could be in danger.
We'll see. Kumi's going there. Jake gets the flag and drag, pushes him right back into the rocks. And Jake picking up first blood for the Kittens.
Yeah, absolutely no info on where Jake was. And as a result, it is just a freebie there. Rutledge sort of disrespecting the existence of the J4. Just perfect playing around vision from Jake, and that is an easy kill going over to the side of the Kittens for first blood. It is a bit unfortunate that it does go to the J4, but I think early on J4 does like having that gold. Giggle.
Oh, might dive. Florigato picked up there. Nice knockback there from Giggle, using the Ignite, getting 2 kills for the Kittens, already up 1,000 thanks to that. And we'll see, you can see a real Beanloaf up there. Tawny doesn't know, but manages to dodge out on the Wind Becomes Lightning. Now has 8 mid dashes to get away. Beanloaf, I think, is going to really struggle to chase this down. And just a little bit out of range.
Yeah,
From
that is
spell.
that's definitely unfortunate. Beanloaf will stay up here just to keep Taunty off the wave, try and help Boat Chicken out, because he would be getting pinned under tower anyways. Okay, we're going to be aggressing here.
That we'll see. Tawny forced to flash
Jake's
out.
here.
Now possibly fighting Beanloaf. Gets the knockup, but Jake is there. Doesn't land the flash extension of the flag and drag. But a lot of low health bars now. Beanloaf and Boat Chicken both have to be very careful. I would not be shocked to see Jake come around and maybe attempt to dive here. Oh, and that's exactly what he wants to do. Gonna be waiting on the cooldowns. Waiting to see. Forcing the slow up. Putting him under tower. And this is so dangerous here, but it looks like Jake's just gonna back up and go away. Knowing that Tawny is low, knowing that Boat Chicken still has the flash, and just how easily Ornn can turn these dives, doesn't want to play the risk, wants to keep that advantage. Lambo going forward, Florigato, one more auto, but he hits the tower!
He autoed the turret! No!
Lambo, not like this!
That's sad. That's a sad one. Good movement there. Speaking of movement, Kumi getting revengeance. Some rising revengeance on Rutledge in the mid lane. I think Jake set up that one as well. Yeah, with the assist there. It was just another easy kill going in on to the Lux. As Kumi is able to pick that one up this time around. Rutledge getting very much punished here. Looking a little out of sorts. Especially compared to what we kind of expect to see from Rutledge as a player. He is kind of the big star of the Spuds roster. He is sort of KMZ's secret weapon, the gambit of drafting Boat Chicken and Rutledge. Was to get this swap, and it's panned out in every other game. But this game, you know, this series has been totally wild. Nothing has gone right this series for, I think, anyone. Whether they're in game, out of game, on desk here, it's been a rough one for everyone involved. It's been a very, very brutal series as Taunty, narrowly avoids certain death. We do have a pinch around the Drake.
Yeah, and we'll see Lambo getting the root now, going forward, and it's going to be Jake helping to pick up that first kill. Now KMZ forced to flash out, trying to use that scuttle speed to get out. Will manage to make it, but with no dragon, it should be an easy dragon for the Kittens. Sorry, I meant no jungler should be an early dragon for the Kittens. It's been a long night. Don't judge. But Hextech being picked up here is a really, really good thing. Also, almost 2,000 gold in the lead now. The Kittens are feeling pretty strong. Big burst there from Rutledge, but not quite able to pick up the kill. Doesn't have quite enough AP on him stacked just yet. And I'm wondering what dragon comes next. I think it's Chemtech, right? Because if it's not showing after the Hextech, that means it's the 2 drags that don't have an icon. Oh, no, it's
Yeah.
Infernal. It's Infernal.
Yeah, all right, we
Just
did
took a
it.
sec.
We did it. All right, yeah, took a sec there to reveal itself, but yeah, it is going to be Infernal next, as we do have... Yeah, just kind of a bit of a slow moment here. KMZ clearing out some vision, as Jake has been on a tear this game, finding so much around the map, playing J4 to his strengths. If you're gonna pick J4, you're gonna look to be aggressive around the map, and Jake is absolutely doing that. Beanloaf does have a small EXP lead, but it's kind of small potatoes compared to what the Kittens have for themselves and what Jake has for himself. But Beanloaf may have found an opportunity. Roots down.
Yep, and it's just going to be Beanloaf picking up the kill right onto Kumi. Nice return kill there, making sure that they don't go down easily. Rutledge already at the O2, not exactly what you want to see, but, you know, he's come back from worse. He's had very bad positions that he's been able to do insane things from. So you can never really count this player out. And another thing for the Spuds, right? Making sure they get these ganks off, making sure that even if they're down, you know, they're always going to put up a fight. They're never just going to fall over and die. And that's part of why they're at the top, right? They're not a team that just is going to fall out the first sign of struggle. They're going to keep fighting, and they're going to make it back in quite a number of games. So we'll have to see if they're going to be able to do it this time as well. Nice route there from Rutledge to make sure Jake can't go forward with that Cataclysm.
Yeah, Jake will be stopped in his tracks there, as Boat Chicken looking to get onto Taunty. Ooh, the pillar doesn't work.
Oh, nice unstoppable, but unfortunately, the damage still comes through, even if the public execution doesn't, and Tawny ends up picking up that kill, cutting it off, and Boat Chicken with no TP, getting proxied on now, getting all those waves in. Tawny is going to have a massive advantage, already up 30 CS, looking to make it even more.
Yeah, it is going to be a huge lead for Taunty. The counter picks going in the top lane also paying dividends in this game. Sort of, you know, last game was a little bit rougher for Taunty, getting laser focused by Beanwolf in topside. But now, because the rest of the map is in a bit of a shambles, it's a little bit harder for Beanloaf to actually prioritize that top side, and it's sort of Boat Chicken is kind of left out to dry up here. And I mean, that's what you expect when you pick the Ornn. You expect the weak side. You don't expect him to win. He'll eventually be useful as long as he's still collecting EXP. But we'll see if Boat Chicken decides to throw any and all sense of victory away.
Yeah, we'll have to see if he can make it out, though. Jake going forward. Crescent Guard gets a lot of damage down, but now Tawny's able to fight back, and Tawny with all those extra kills, gonna be able to. Unfortunately, Jake getting a little bit too excited there, wants a little bit of that fight, and makes Beanloaf, gives Beanloaf the triumph and the third healing, so not great look there. I think Tawny had that too, if Jake had just stayed in spectator mode, just watched from afar, maybe a little bit of cheerleading.
Yeah, I understand, you know, the thought of I gotta help, but sometimes you do just have to walk away. I feel like Taunty, like you said, Taunty could have cleaned that one up, and maybe looking to try and clean this one up here, at least forcing Beanloaf back off of the Grubbins. That is only going to be one picked up here, and Jake's already over the wall. That's going to be 5 grubs going over to the side of the Kittens. They don't get the objective marker from that, but that is absolutely fine with them, because that 5 grubs, considering the pain that Taunty is putting on that topside turret, that is almost certainly going to be converting into that first turret objective if the lane state continues the way it's going. And yeah, I think that will be, if they can get that turret, that is going to be the feats of war for Kittens, but Rutledge is the target.
Yep, Rutledge with no real way out except the flash, probably gonna be forced to burn it, and there it is.
Man.
Nice pull though. Jake going low, unfortunately, just a little bit too high HP, but a nice double route, making sure that gets out. Forced to use the flash, but I think that's absolutely worth. You're very happy about that. Rutledge just does such a good job of making sure that, you know, even if he goes down, just keeping it safe enough knowing how to play those mechanics. And, you know, I should have expected the Lux, but like, all these Poke Mages, Lux is not a very high played champion. Vel'Koz either in mid lane, right? So Rutledge always having like these really weird draft openings that kind of flexes, but not really, but like things that nobody else plays that you can't really ban. Just the full champion ocean makes it really hard to play against this guy.
Yeah, the champion ocean is something that it's difficult to play around. Players that just have a lot of options and are just good. When people are good at League of Legends, it's rough. It's rough out here for us who we play one champion and then other people are just playing every champion. It's a bad time. Anyways, that's second Drake going to be going over to the Kittens. Kittens cleaning up around the map, at least objective-wise. 5 Grubbins, first 2 Drakes. Turret plating's going to fall soon. No turrets have been cracked as efficiently as last game. We do have Cataclysm.
Yep, and Jake goes forward, but Rutledge takes the kill. Now it's Kumi in the 1v2 trying to finish it off. Those rocks not going to hit the broadside of a barn. Beanlove has to go forward, not going to land the root, not going to land the rest of these spells, but stopping to try and get the shove puts him in the ground. Rutledge from 0-2 to 2-2 picks up 2 kills and 4 stacks on the Dark Seal, evening the game up. Goals completely even. It is Kittens that still have the objective advantage. They have the 5 grubs, they have the 2 dragons, they're very strong, but the gold itself evened up, and Rutledge with those 2 kills is now over 1,000 gold up on his mid laner.
Yeah, and I mean, this is kind of to be expected from this match. Rutledge was down early on, but, you know, I guess he leaned forward in his share. We have a fight.
Oh, look now, KMZ getting the knockup. Lambo using the ult to dodge it out, but a nice flash from Florigato. Now it's just KMZ in the 1v2, knocks him away to try and get out, and KMZ makes it. But, you know, the flash didn't quite land the root, but Florigato, not using the flash, wasn't expecting it. Has the wild arrows now, but had nothing, right? And we're going Swifties. Like, the Aphelios is not going to be strong for a while, so trying to fight into this extremely strong Xayah, into this strong Poppy early on, just doesn't seem like a good idea.
Yeah, and that is going to be Feats going over with the Drake, the two Drakes in the first round of Grubs, plus the kills that is going to be the that Feats of Warfare have been picked up. They got picked up earlier, I suppose, but now players are cashing in their bonuses on the with some of these boots here. Yeah, Kittens do win that fight down there. I think it's just kind of, they had red and white, they had the right guns for a fight, but Poppy is really hard to cut down because she's just really tanky. And like you said, VFD Lambo is super accelerated and does so much damage early, especially relative to the Aphelios, who doesn't come online until he's at 2, maybe even 3 items. So it's going to be a bit rough for a little while for Florigato. I wonder if maybe the barrier could have made a difference in that, but I'm honestly not super sure if burning those subs would have made that much of a difference. There is going to be a kerfuffle in bot side as we are watching Boat Chicken get slammed. At least a little bit. Okay, no, the kerfuffle has been unfuffled, it looks like.
Yep, oh, we'll see Boat Chicken going for it, gets the ult. A lot of damage down, but not respecting it. Tawny, one more hit would have done it, but Boat Chicken forced to walk out. We'll see if they try and get the kill. Tawny has the flash, could go for a play. Doesn't want to try it, though. Doesn't want to take the risk.
Yeah,
especially with Beanlove coming up. Oh, now an engage in the bot side. Giggle shoving Florigato into the wall, but he's stacked up on those chakrams. Unfortunately, Lambo stacked up on the feathers. Now it's just KMZ. Jake with full conquer. All the slows coming through. And the flag coming down. Take him down.
Yeah, that is a flag drop on 2.
Not quite. Oh, Giggle, watch out! Okay, mix it out. That tower scared me. I thought that killed all the minions, and I'm like, oh no, Giggle, look out!
Yeah. Another big win for Lambo and Giggle. Bot side looking pretty advantageous for the side of Kittens. I thought Florigato KMZ were the best bot in Ruby. That's what KMZ was saying, at least. But right now, Giggle and Lambo looking real nice in this one. Yeah, just good play, and Jake as well getting a good play down there. Taunty gonna be caught out.
Yep, going forward. Tawny has to be careful, was so strong. Finally, though, Jake joining the fight, so is Kumi. Rutledge and KMZ not quite there, but using the public execution to try and get in. It's going to be Boat Chicken picking up the kill. Rutledge now, double root, beautiful plays, looking for the damage, and Kumi's already chunked out. That extra E is going to help, and Rutledge with the auto going to take out one more. Real Beanloaf keeps going forward off the top side with that Cloud Drake. Meanwhile, on the bottom, Giggle getting hit out. One more E will do it, and it's going to be Rutledge picking up 3 in total in that fight. Beanloaf wants to get more, but he's not quite going to be able to secure Jake as he flashes back under the tower. Rutledge with an extra 2, 8 stacks on the Dark Seal, carrying once again. And what was looking very Kitten's favor for a very long time, now not looking so hot. Gold almost even up, and especially if they can get this inner tower, it's going to make a big difference. These are about 700 gold. It's going to be a massive swing, and they're rotating down to the bot side to get a dive off. Lambo, the only one left. Nice from KMZ, trying to get these roots down. Beanloaf going forward, needs a little bit of speed, but beautiful sidestepping here. Lambo almost out, uses the E, tries to get more. Beanloaf, will they go down? Eventually, finally, yes. Now that Kumi is there with the TP, and so is Tawny, and now they're getting pinched. Florgato has to be careful as he goes down. KMZ, the last one alive. Rutledge, forced to run, trying to do it, but the cow cannot make it out. Turned into hamburgers by the Kittens. Rutledge going for the damage onto Giggle, but unfortunately, just a little bit too much of an HP stat on that support.
Yeah, Lambo.
Nice time, but Lambo, holy my man.
Yeah, Lambo looking nice. It was a bit worrying there. He got hit on the way back down with the Feather Storm, but was just able to dodge out so far. When Becomes Lightning goes wide. All the CC they had just went wide, and they weren't able to close the gap. And once those feathers got called back, he had successfully bought enough time and did enough damage that the Kittens could collapse there. Kumi, with the Weaver's Wall, is able to cut them off completely, and then it's just easy pickings for Taunty and Kumi to just clean that back up and turn what was the Spuds finding an opportunity, making the most of it. They go bot, they go too far forward, aggress a bit too much, and get punished. And that's kind of been the story of the whole series, is these two teams trading back punishes onto each other. And that's why it's been so close, all 3 of these games, as Giggle and Lambo are in a bit of a precarious situation.
Yeah, and we'll see if they can make it out. Not looking like it right now. Beautiful all from Rutledge, but a nice flash from Giggle to keep him alive. Unfortunately, it's not quite going to be enough. Beanloaf and Jake just doing so much. Jake almost out, makes the sidestep, uses the Cloud Drake. Lambo's still there, the Ornhorn, but a sidestep from VFD Lambo, who's just been doing so well this game. Unfortunately, not quite there in time to get the damage out. And honestly, at this point in the game, I really think you just need to put all your eggs into the Lambo basket. As I say that, Kumi gets a solo kill on a Florigato in the bot side. It really feels like the Rutledge show versus like the Kittens, like using their carries and like trying to like trade them out. Nice flash there. Unfortunately, a flash from KMZ gonna knock him back. And Rutledge, it's just a matter of time before he picks up Lambo, who is honestly playing out of his mind. And I feel like the score does not do him justice right now with just how crazy his play has been this game.
Yeah, Rutledge is once again kind of putting the Spuds into the backpack right here, trying to get them insane picks, great light bindings, great poke coming out, finding so many good opportunities. And KMZ did follow up on that, really was able to successfully get that, make sure that punish went through. But yeah, around the map is just going to be trade for trade for trade as these teams are going bar for bar. But the problem is that the neutral objectives are still currently in favor of the Kittens. They have 3 Drakes. They're on soul point. They lost that Herald, but they could look to position around Atacon. They have, in 2 minutes 30, they can force a fight around Drake, or maybe even trade the Drake to get the Atacon. And that is a window of opportunity that the Spuds don't have, and they're gonna have to make a choice when they go to make that fight happen. I will say, there's so much happening in this game that talking about items feels like inconsequential. But I'm very curious about the Frostfire Gauntlet on the Ornn. I don't, is that like good, or
I mean, I kind of get it, right? When
I
there's so
get
much
it.
mobility on the melee characters of
Especially
like every Kittens member, like it's putting in work against Tawny right now, and it's adding some extra power there. Nice public execution to dodge it out. Rutledge looking for some damage, gonna be able to not quite get the root, but the ult at point blank. That's the Miku Miku beam right there.
Yeah, the final spark, the finalis Funkoln for the elderly people who remember when League was good. Yeah, just a big laser going in, picking that one up. Boat Chicken starting to become useful because that is what Ornn does, despite Taunty's best efforts, as we have a fight over Scuttle.
God, that ult has no cooldown, really. Jake now out using the Cloud Drake movement speed zones to run, and they've left Giggle as the sacrificial lamb. You can see Lambo maybe walking in, Kumi trying, but they're just gonna have to leave him to die, unfortunately. There's really no way out of that. And with Soul up in 50 seconds, that's not where you want to be. They might still be able to fight their way back in, though, and that's really going to be their play. If they can get the Soul, that's going to help out tremendously.
Yeah, it'll be tremendous for them if they can get to it. But right now, the Spuds have a good position on the map. They have first crack at setting up vision here, and the Kittens are going to be playing on the back foot. But it looks like they're going to be kind of betting on that. The pings are going out for the Atacon, and it looks like the Kittens are going to be rotating up there. So my guess is we're just going to be trading these objectives, and Kittens are going to make the right call. There's no vision up here. Buds are suspecting that the Kittens are going to go for this Drake, and they have no info that they're just on Atacon. No pings are coming out yet, and that's just going to be free.
Yeah. And you know what? Knowing that you don't want to, like, fight this, you don't want to really fight, you're not in position, taking that Otacon and guaranteeing yourself all those petals is a really big deal. That's a massive XP advantage. You get a bunch of extra stats from it. You're really, really strong. I think you're more than happy taking that trade and just saying, okay, we could probably fight the next soul, right? We get a bunch of benefits from this.
Yeah.
Laser again. Uh-oh, now coming through the Call of the Forge God, and Rutledge picking up another one.
Yeah, the Rutledge laser beams are going strong. Giggle's gonna get a lockdown.
Yeah, and Beanlove might have stepped a little bit too far forward. We'll have to see. The Crescent Guard comes through, but unfortunately, it's not really acceptable to try and chase into that. Florgato has Gravitum. Rutledge is 8-2-3 on this Lux. That's not something you want to try chasing down if you don't have a very clear opening.
Yeah, and I think it's insane here. Just how much Rutledge is doing with this burn Lux. You typically see kind of the 1000 AP one-shot Lux, but Rutledge is opting into more of a, okay, I have CDR boots, I'm just going to be looking to try and get sustained poke with the Lucent Singularities and the Light Bindings, rather than going for the big one-shots off of the laser, and honestly being kind of rewarded for it as a result. 20 stacks into the Medjais is huge here, and that is that kind of big AP power. And now we do have the Shadow Flame as well completed. Rutledge is so dangerous here. I don't really know who can stand up to him because there just isn't there's not a lot of MR on the side of the Kittens. There's a Merc Treads and maybe some runes. But otherwise, it's pretty much Rutledge here pumping out true damage into the backsides of the Kittens as Boat Chickens wants that smoke.
Yeah, we'll see. Nice laser gets so much damage down, and Call of Forge got onto 2. Tawny needs to get out. Lambo's trying to do something, but Florigato just chasing back with the Chakrams. Kumi trying to kite it out. Tawny looking to get back into his base, and he barely manages to make it out. Unfortunately, Beanlove has the flash and is just going to dash forward. Needs a little bit more, but Kumi has one too many ways to back off. Laser over the wall, needs a little bit more. Rutledge almost has another laser up, and Lambo already out of the Featherstorm. They have to be careful. Beanloaf has just been chasing down this entire time, going all under these Nexus towers, and maybe gets a little bit too happy with it. Kumi going into stasis, going to be able to stay alive. Unfortunately, that's going to be the inhibitor, and likely going to be able to turn back towards that Baron.
Yeah, that is going to be a turn around, a turn back to the Baron. The Atacon play currently not really panning out because Rutledge is so scary. That play in the fight in the top side was kind of set up based on Rutledge just landing a laser and getting a ton of damage in the front of the fight. But now Giggle's looking for something. Ooh, Jake's gonna get rooted up. That is gonna be that's
the
fight
laser.
over.
Yeah, taking Kumi to half. Unfortunately, the root not quite going to be enough. Now Rutledge goes down as well. Tawny's going to keep going forward. Kumi cutting off Florigato from the bottom end. Fortunately, it's not quite going to be enough. The ult coming out though, and Giggle with a block. That's my GOAT support right there. Giggle just doing so well. Now they're going to turn their eyes towards the Baron. 5 strong without Rutledge. Probably going to have a really hard time doing this. Boat Chicken going forward. They might have left Kumi to die. The Call of the Forge God comes through. Gonna dodge it out though. Not quite gonna be able to. And now they might be stuck. Giggle goes back into the wall. Gonna chase it out, and they're gonna be able to pick up the kill. Now, unfortunately, Beanloaf going in. They probably could have gotten that kill, but gonna knock him back out.
Bye-bye. Yeah, that Boat Chicken
I should save that, honestly. They might be able to go for the steal here.
Yeah, Boat Chicken threw his life away to stall the Baron, and honestly, I don't think that's a bad idea necessarily. There is a ton of damage from the Kittens. It looks like they will be able to finish this, but Beanloaf and Florigato are both here.
We'll see. Going in on a Florigato, though, who's forced to use Flash. Now Beanloaf in melee range, but VFD Lambo didn't be able to pick it up. Yeah, KMZ trying to find their way in. You can see Rutledge with the TP. The laser beam picks up 3 from downtown, and it is just Lambo left with the Baron buff. Rutledge.
That was a final spark if I've ever seen one.
Oh, and it might be the final nail in the coffin. 25 stacks on the matches, 3 items. VFD Lambo is stuck up here because KMZ is so willing. Look, he's just gonna pop the ult. He's gonna stop him. They know the game is over at this point. The Spuds walking it down mid, and KMZ is just the sacrificial lamb. Rutledge, the insane final spark when it looked like the Kittens had finally clawed their way back. But now VFD Lambo is back. They've picked it up. Unfortunately, not going to be able to get the Featherstorm. They're focusing down the Nexus. They're trying, but Florigato goes down. There's no way. They don't have the damage. Rutledge and Florigato not quite able to finish out the game just yet.
Yeah, Lambo comes back up, and it's going to be a stoppage
the TP
right
from Kumi.
there.
They're flanking. They're on Rutledge.
Rutledge
doesn't land the root. All of these coming through. Giggle with a couple more autos. He's going to be able to get the kill. Now looking. It's just Boat Chicken and Real Beanloaf. They have to be careful. Tawny's coming through, though. Giggle. It's just a matter of time when Boat Chicken has no flash. No way out. And Tawny's chasing it. Jake goes in. They have it. They are 5 strong now. However, the health bars, they know the risk. They know how terribly it could go if they try and chase it down mid. And they don't want to leave that Nexus exposed either. They're going to pick up this soul, and they're going to be happy with it. There's TP ward, but there's no TPs up, unfortunately.
Yeah, no TPs up, and even then, your TP is either Boat Chicken or Rutledge. And mages can do pretty good damage to objectives, but you need to pick up attack speed. You need to actually pick up an attack speed item, and honestly, if that's in the cards, I think Rutledge should just like opt into it if there even is like a possibility. But the TP is so far away that I think at this point, just continue to keep building that that AP, continue to keep looking for those laser shots. At this point, Lux has reached the point where the laser is just a poke ability. You just throw it out off cooldown, just point it at the enemy team, and if you hit somebody, they have to recall. Because again, we do have more MR completed. We do have Giggle now has the Negatron. Jake has the Spirit Visage finished. Not quite the Fimbulwinter Spirit Visage Super Shield J4, the classic. But you know, the Spirit Visage is a good pickup for the J4. Will allow them to be less afraid of going into Rutledge, but the light bindings are still can be just very lethal for this team that has to run directly at you, and Rutledge is not here.
Yeah, without Rutledge, I don't think you're winning this fight. Finally, Rutledge joined, and he has the angle. He's waiting for it. You can see he's trying to wait in the wings, but it might be just a little bit too late as they go in, finally landing that final spark, but it's way too late. Now they're running it down. They pick up VFD Lambo, though, and that might just be enough. Unfortunately, Tawny's chasing down, trying to run this. Flashes over the wall. Needs to find a little bit more. Chasing forward, and Rutledge with a flash, but without any way out, is just going to try kiting as much as possible. And Tawny's only job is to keep Rutledge from backing. It's Jake and Kumi trying to win this final fight. Going for it, doesn't realize the TP is going through, and manages to make it out all the way back to base. And with the final spark already back up, they should be able to take out that wave so easily. Unfortunate timing. And you can see Tawny was scared of walking into that bush, knowing that if he did, he dies. But Rutledge smart, just using the TP, getting the hell out of dodge.
Honestly, I think if you're Taunty and your goal is to just try and help your team end the game, I think you just run it. Because even if you die, the reset from the Spuds is going to be there's nothing coming up, and the reset from the Spuds is going to take too long. So I think as Taunty, you just kind of gamble that Rutledge just is not him, and will not throw out abilities to kill you. I think that would have been the right play, because again, dying was very risk-free. But even then, the Rutledge successful TP, smart decision being made from this player once again, single-handedly stopping a base push. I don't know if it would have been lethal, because the Spuds were coming back up soon enough, and the damage was not quite there, and they had a lot to chew through. But it would have been at least an in-hit if they did not stop it. And we've got to stop here.
Yeah, we'll see. Big fight coming out. The Call of the Forge God comes through, and it's Kumi picking up the first kill. Real Beanloaf on the bottom side with the Crescent Guard, but it's two of his teammates already dead. They're finally going to be able to pick up Taunty. It goes down in the process. It's just Forgado and Rutledge left. No final spark yet, but it'll be coming up soon. Nice play there. Gets the root. Needs a little bit more damage. Jake not quite taken out yet. It's Lambo, Kumi, and Jake still alive. We'll see if they try and siege or if they're turning it back. Rutledge has the final spark available. Doesn't see Jake on the map, though, and Jake knows he needs to back because one ult takes him out. Lambo just going to try sieging down this tower. Going to try and open up the base at least a little bit. The damage coming through is massive, but Rutledge now, a couple cooldowns, has to back up, and you can see just how scared they are of this Lux. Just want to back up, want to go for this Baron, do not want to risk it. They want to guarantee their win here, and the best way they think they do that is just turn their carries, turn their jungler towards the Baron, take it out as soon as possible, and take it back.
Yeah, that is going to be Boat Chicken TPing into...
I don't think they realize how fast this goes down. This is a almost 5 items Zaya at this point. The game's pretty much over, right? Like, you're not... That Baron, objectives melt. If you're leaving an objective for more than 25 seconds, like, for more than, 20 seconds, it's gone. It's over.
Rutledge, shoot the laser. Rutledge, it'll be fun.
He's looking for it. Jake spotted him, though, on the sweeper.
Yeah.
Knows, you can see the emote. Doesn't want to get crazy.
It is 1 minute until the Elder Drake here. That is going to be huge for either team, really. I feel like every other series we've had, we've not seen Elder. This is our second Elder of this series. These games have been going the distance.
I mean, it's what we expected from these top teams, right? Like,
yeah.
Lambo also picking up the GA, I think, is really smart, knowing that if he goes down in this fight, it makes everything harder. Now, finally, the engage coming out. Call of the Forge God.
What are we doing, man?
Oh, chicken. Oh, no, and Kumi, they're all locked in a row, and they're taking out. Jake goes forward, a nice laser, but it's not going to be enough. It's going to be KMZ going in, trying. It's a 3v4 now. Rutledge the carries, Florigato still alive. Real Beanloaf there to try and back him up. But unfortunately, it's a 4v3. They just need to try and find their way in. Tawny still has that public execution. Rutledge, they know where he is now. Looking for to try and find something. You can see Tawny just going forward. A flash forward from VFD Lambo trying to land that root. The engage there, not going to be able to land the public execution. And Tawny doesn't realize just how fast he gets melted. Beanloaf goes in. Also doesn't realize how fast he gets melted.
I don't think Beanloaf realizes how fast he's getting melted. No, you're on a ward! Rutledge, watch out!
Oh, Rutledge doesn't know. Getting chased down. It's Giggle to try and find something. You can see they're pinging the Elder. They want to try and get something, but it's so hard with it up, and you have to be careful into this Lux. If they get vision, that Lux laser, that's a smite right there. It might do more than actually, it probably doesn't do 1200 shoot damage. it still does a lot of fucking damage.
Yeah, it's I think layered with all of your other buttons, it is huge. But man, the damage shred here, there's no vision. There's nothing. They just don't think they don't think there's the smoke, and that is gonna be just VFD Lambo and Giggle. This Zaya is
no, Jake picked it up too, I think.
Powerful.
Yeah, Jake picked it up too. That's huge that Jake picked it up, by the way. Having your main sort of like dive tank be able to like apply all of that damage in the back line, it's a big burn, but also being able to like just tag up the back line with execute, super big.
Yeah, it's a nail biter right here. But we've seen the last time we saw a team pick up Elder, they weren't quite able to end the game. So we'll see if the Kittens are any luckier this time around, and they may be, because they found somebody.
Yep, and it was KMZ. Not the most important part of the comp, but still a big deal. Not having that extra dive and not having either the Locket or the Night Spout on your Aphelios either is a really big deal. That's a lot of defense that they don't have left.
Yeah, and that is also just a player who could provide some amount of frontline. The big problem with this game, Florigato is pretty strong, Rutledge is huge, but they just don't have the frontline necessary. It's so easy for Giggle and Taunty to just run at the squishies on the side of the Spuds because there's no real dissuading force. Boat Chicken and Beanloaf are really just dropping the ball at protecting these carries, and KMZ being dead on the floor does not help things, as that is going to be 2 inhibs now dropped. Elder, I think, is almost out. 20 seconds on that, if I remember correctly. Yes.
What are we figuring out?
Elder's gonna be out pretty soon. I think maybe like.
Ooh, forcing the Zanya's out of Kumi there. Nice beam from Rutledge.
Yeah, still a lot of damage too.
And it feels like the game is sort of just stalling out, because if you can't get Rutledge, it's just gonna poke you from a million miles away. And if you're the Spuds, you can't really engage because Lambo's just gonna shred you the second you step in. So both teams are just sort of jockeying for position, jockeying for a pick, trying to find something, because they can't just sit and stare at each other. Or, well, they can literally just sit and stare at each other forever. If there's no pick to happen, both of these teams are just gonna chill until someone makes a mistake.
Yes, so the teams could sit here and stare at each other forever. We get back to talking about Pokemon, I guess. It's the lull state. The 40-minute lull state here. 40 seconds on the Baron. We do know the Kittens have the ability to shred these objectives so quickly. Lambo alone, thanks to the pedals they picked up off of the Otacon play 15 minutes ago or so, over 15 minutes ago actually, it is this Zaya hurts a lot. It also does have that GA now. So even if they do get a pick, even if Rutledge kind of gets a lucky lockdown on to the Zaya, she gets a second life here, on top of just having the Featherstorm to dodge out on the Lux CC abilities. And it looks like they are going to be starting up the Baron. No vision here. It is so risky, and there are so many minions pouring in that, yeah, we're just going to be staring at each other again. This Baron has to be lethal. Or I guess it doesn't have to be. You know, we could just be too scared of Rutledge to do anything for another 3 minutes, and then Elder Drake spawns, and then we give it over, and then we're too scared of Rutledge to do anything for 3 minutes, and then Baron spawns, and then we get it, and we're too scared of Rutledge to do anything, and then Elder Drake spawns, and we get it, and we're too scared of Rutledge.
Oh, we're going in.
We might be doing things. Hold up.
No. Maybe question mark?
Oh, we're doing things like walking into Lucent Singularities. That's not advisable.
Oh, we got the inhib. We got the super minion. Okay, we're walking
Super
down.
minions are gonna be huge.
Kumi already half HP, and here's the call of the Forge God. They want to find something. Kumi going down. It's gonna be Rollage with the laser, and Kumi goes down first. Lambo and the rest of the Kittens forced back out. They're trying to chase it more.
There's no way, dude.
I want you to know I ordered my pizza 10 minutes ago because it's almost midnight, and I'm like, surely this game does not last another 35 minutes.
Shout out.
I may have underestimated how willing these teams are to do nothing burgers of objectives and fights for 10 bajillion years.
This is
Here's the thing.
fate of the
Elder,
world.
Elder up in 35. Kumi's not going to be there on spawn. I can only pray that that leads to something.
But Kumi has TP and
Oh,
has
right.
Reader's
Never
Wall.
mind. Nothing ever happens.
Yeah, nothing ever happens. Point at the
Would you look
side.
at the
Nothing ever
time?
happens. Nothing ever happens. It's a disaster. Can we issue a game loss to both of these teams? Is
For
that
keeping us
something we-
up for hours and hours and hours. By the way, this is the time we normally go to bed, like during best of fives. This is
Yeah. No, we've gone
like
the
games
distance.
started at 8. We started like 4 hours ago.
Yeah, we have gone
And
the
honestly, I
distance.
started 5 hours ago.
Yeah,
I've been
we've gone
here.
the distance
It's
here
been a
as
day in the LCS
KMZ,
studio.
don't
KMZ,
die,
use the
you
ult.
bozo.
Oh my god, going forward, the call of the Forge God onto 3. Huge ult. Needs a little bit more. And finally from downtown, Kumi's still alive. Lambo into the GA. They need this back lane. They need to kill Rutledge, but they're not going to be able to do it. You can see Lambo pumping out the damage, trying so hard. Rutledge over the wall. Needs to find a little bit more. And it's going to be 1. It's going to be 2.
No
Kumi,
way.
last one alive, needs to get a little bit of damage onto Rutledge. He's getting back, but it's Kumi with the double kill. And it's just Bo Chicken left
We're all
alive.
dead.
The
We're
tank.
all dead for 60 seconds. And Boat Chicken is going to be able to defend. Kumi, please. Kumi, you gotta end this one, man. You
I'm
gotta,
so hungry.
Kumi, you gotta take him out. Oh no, nothing ever happens, folks. Nothing ever happens. See you in a minute.
I'm not saying that I condone blowing up a hospital. All I'm saying is Heath Ledger's Joker. I understand it. I get it. I can understand how someone becomes that. I still probably should make jokes like that, but I'm losing my mind. I'm genuinely losing my mind.
This, fortunately, Riot Games added the Elder Drake to encourage games to end faster. Because in the olden days of League of Legends, it was very easy for teams to just sit around and do nothing for 60 minutes. Including the very famous T1 versus Jin Air Green Wings game that went to, I believe, was it 79 minutes?
I don't remember. 45 is definitely up there. It's definitely not anywhere close to the longest game.
Yeah, I mean,
Longest game could go on for another half hour.
It's pretty long for this patch. Boat Chicken has
definitely
recalled.
I'll never forget Flash Wolves Cloud9. Oh, I'll say it in a sec. KMZ going forward. Unfortunately, not quite going to be able to land. Tawny in the back line gets 1, and it's Real Beanlove completely out of the fight. Jake going forward. Florigato stacked up so many chakrams, and is just shredding through the rest. Florigato healing so much, but will finally go down. No.
Why?
Oh, but it's just Beanloaf trying, but they don't want it. Kumi
recalled.
TPing, and now they just need to keep him alive. Boat Chicken is backing.
recalled. Why did Boat Chicken recall? Why?
Come on, kill him. We can kill Beanloaf.
Thank you.
Surely we can kill Beanloaf.
Actually, Boat Chicken, thank you.
Okay. Oh
What?
my god.
What?
There's no way Bo Chicken gets
Don't
still
do
go.
it.
It's fine.
Don't do
30
it,
seconds
no.
left. They have
You
supers
have
double
2
pushing
waves
in
of minions. You have
Bo
2 waves
Chicken
of minions.
versus
Boat
the
Chicken
world.
has nothing. Lambo, kill this man. Kill this
Lambo.
man.
Lambo, show him the door. And it's Lambo picking up the final kill of the game. It is just the Nexus exposed. And in a 47-minute game, the Kittens secure their spot. God, I can't even speak. As the #1 seed in Ruby.
I don't think they
It's
deserve
over.
it.
18 minutes to midnight. Cool name for a band.
Yeah.
Cooler
18
name
minutes.
for the time that I usually am brushing my teeth and getting ready for bed.
Yeah, look, we're doing a toothbrush skip. Sorry to my dentist and to myself in the future.
Take care of yourself. Take care. Go. I'm gonna yell at you if you don't when we get off stream. By the way.
Oh man, it's. I mean, the Spuds did everything they could to both again, like game one. I think both teams were doing everything they could to win and lose this game. I will say the play from Floragato in that second to last fight, where he flashes forward with red and white with ulti and just goes sicko mode, that was crazy. Everything else, I don't know, man. I kind of want to just congrats to the Kittens for the victory. First of all, it was a hard-fought series. Obviously, not the most fortunate of circumstances for the Spuds with DC in game 2. And fortunately, what that means is that KMZ has an excuse to make as to why he lost this game, which we'll be hearing almost inevitably already been posted in the banter chat.
All right, but for right now,
unfortunately,
it's pizza time. It's pizza time.
Before it's pizza time.
Oh, right. I forgot the most important part of the stream.
All right.
We gotta thank our beloved sponsor, Pro Drafts.
It's time for the ad read. Procomps.gg is the sponsor of the Blue Water Draft League. If you want to be able to draft like a human being and not like a bonobo like you see here in the Ruby division, this is your opportunity. You download Procomps.gg to get many great tools, draft advice, and many guides available to you for free. Join the over 200,000 gamers who have used Procomps.gg for free. Link in the description. Thank you to Procomps for your easy to use, incredible service that will hopefully improve the state of Draft League, but not the state of us right now. So thank you, Procomps.
All right. Thank you very much. Have a good night, everybody. Bye.